Okay, we're just waiting for our guests to take their seats. Okay, I want to make sure, Chantel, is everyone on the links? Okay, so I can start. Good. Okay, I want to welcome everyone this morning to this 65th Annual International Sultana Conference of Africa. I want to extend a hand of warm welcome to our distinguished visitors from overseas. By country, Australia is here, Argentina, as well as Turkey, with a big delegation from Turkey. You are more than welcome, and I think on your scenic drive down from Uppington this morning to this beautiful town of Kakamas, you have seen the beauty of the Orange River Valley. And what's beautiful about this is that this is, I think, one of the best places in the world to produce raisins. So therefore it's so appropriate to do this conference here at this facility in Kakamas this morning. We are privileged here to have to produce raisins in an area that has low rainfall, in some places almost nothing. We have a lot of sunshine. We have good fertile soils, and best of all, our water, we have ample water, and the water is coming from about 800 kilometers away, plus minus and even further. So this makes this area that we can cultivate raisins and create, or actually produce a good quality raisin for world distribution. Then I also want to thank the people like Chantel and her team of Raisins of Africa and the Vine Academy Model Farm, the facility where we are today, for all the negotiations and all the presentations that she received from everyone who's participating in this morning, in this meeting this morning. So from Raisin of Africa, I want to thank everyone that contributed, and also to the people that's not here, please tell everyone that we appreciate the work that I have done here. So this beautiful town of Kakamas that we are in today, I just want to give you a short, brief background on this town. And I think if I give you this quick history, this is also approximately the history of this Orange River Valley that we nowadays produce raisins in. Kakamas history began as a crossing point over the mighty Orange River, which was developed into a settlement by the Dutch Reformed Church in 1898 to help impoverished farmers. Take note of that, to help impoverished farmers. The town's early development relied on the manual construction of irrigation canals by the farmers themselves. When you drive along the Orange River system, you'll see those canals still operating still today. It later became a municipality in 1954 and is now a major export hub for grapes, raisins, wine, citrus, etc. What makes this region a special region to produce those sort of agricultural products I've already mentioned, and I think you'll see today, and you'll even feel it, that the weather is ideal for this sort of type of agricultural products. So like I've mentioned, it was established by the Dutch Reformed Church, this town, and because of impoverished farmers. If you ride along the Orange River today, you will see this is a thriving economy, agricultural economy. There's different types of other economies also, like the solar power and everything coming into this region, but on the agricultural side is thriving. We are exporting table grapes all over the world, raisins all over the world, wine, citrus, and so I can go forth and forth. So as you all know, especially the Australian guys and the Argentina guys know that this is our growing season at this stage. And as you all know, is to produce good quality raisins, you need a lot of sunshine, and you need hot weather. And I think the hot weather you'll experience today and the few days coming. So finally from my side, I want to welcome you, a warm welcome, and not just a warm welcome, a hot welcome to South Africa and to this event. And perhaps an appropriate verse I want to open this event with, I'm going to read it to you, is that plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors, they succeed. I want to repeat this again, and then I'll hand over to Wessel Lemmer. Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors, they succeed. And I think that's the appropriate verse, and that's the reason we are here today. We need a lot of counsel from this council sitting in front of me. Wessel.
Thank you, Chair. If you can allow me to do the roll call, I'll just going to go through the names, and then I will pick you up and we will sign the attendance. So first of all, Argentina, and just maybe call your name out. It's Francisco Gonzalo. And then Australia, Mark King, Michael, Jenny. And then from Chile, which is virtual, it's Christian. I don't see Christian on virtual, we come back to that. From Greece, Nikitas. Okay. From India, Shivaji. Yes, sir. Maruti. Yes, Kailas. Yes, Abi. Abhishek, Anand, and then from Turkey, Osman, Ogush, Mehmet, Ilya, Eshi, Emerald, another Ahmed, thank you. And then from the United States, a virtual Jeff. I don't see Jeff, they will maybe sign in later. Then Duck and Monty. Okay, then we can continue. Myself, Wessel, David, and Van Zyl. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, morning all again. Great to see it. Large crowd and a heap of farmers here as well, which makes many of us feel at home. Okay, we'll keep the agenda going. I have the country document here to be signed, one person from each country. When you comes to your representative from the country, put a signature on it, please. We'll pass that around. I'm chairing this at the moment because I happen to be the last chair because my good friend over there, Osman, got crook at our last meeting. So, and it's normal that we call for nominations for the chair, the deputy chair and the secretary. So I'd like to call for nominations of the chair. Thank you. Somebody like to second that? Thank you, David. Any other nominations? Okay, thank you very much for your confidence in me. The Deputy Chair, I would like to nominate David, seeing it's on his patch. It would be good when we don't know what to do, we'll be able to hand it over to David. Seconded, Osman. We have nobody else to... No, I thought that would be the case. And finally, our Secretary, which Eka has done it for so long, I think, and she does a great job. And if you don't mind, would you mind being our secretary? Thank you. I'd nominate Eka, and I'm sure we'll get somebody to second that. Okay. Opening address, I haven't got a really lot to say. I think David actually said it all. It's great for everybody to be here. It's amazing when you think 65 years this has been going on for. Thank you. So we'll get underway. Adoption of the agenda. If everybody that's got the agenda, if they see something there that they want added or what have you, either put it forward now or talk to me through the day and we'll add it. Notice of motion. There's nothing there at the moment, but I think we'll have some later in the discussions. We go to the notes and the discussions from the 24th conference, and there was two actions out of that. One was to do with the MRLs, but there is a presentation coming later today, and I think it might be in a few presentations, so we'll carry that over through the day until that happens, and we'll talk about it then. And the other one, I've got another one here, but I don't know what it is. No, sorry, that's the main two. Has anybody else, everybody, the minute's been sent out, anybody found anything else there that needs to be raised? No? Okay, thank you. The next one is our guest speaker. I hope I'm going to have trouble pronouncing some of these names, but I'll do my best, and I'm sorry if I offend. Nico Koch, Director of Raisin's SA, and his discussion is going to be Beyond Borders, a sharing vision to grow global raisin demand, which I think is very much on the agenda at the moment. Thank you. Wherever you'd like.
easier here. Let me get the remote. Morning, everybody. Yeah, as you could hear there, I'm Nico Koch. That's the pronunciation. Originally from Germany, moved to South Africa 300 years ago and ended up here. I've been in the dried fruit industry for 23 years now. So I have a bit of experience. Just my background, I started with the old SAD. You may remember it. South African dried fruit, We're Not Sad. And now Safari. And Safari has been acquired by PepsiCo. So I'm working for PepsiCo now. So the next 20 odd minutes I want to share with you, I think we all agree we may have issues on culture and on religion and a lot of aspects, but on one thing we will agree: if we increase demand of raisins, price will increase. We all agree on that. And we haven't seen really movement in demand of raisins the last number of years. It's been fairly flat. So I want to discuss, plant a seed, and we can talk about this. Can we increase the demand for raisins, and how can we increase? And what is the actions to increase demand for raisins? So just firstly, as I want to start a bit with the South African flavor, since we are in South Africa, is one of our biggest sports that we like to talk about these days is rugby, because our team is performing exceptionally well on the international stage. And for the people who's not aware, we played France on the 8th of November in Paris. And what happened is, and for the people who's not familiar with rugby, you play 15 against 15. And just before halftime, a game is 80 minutes, one of our players have been sent off. So now we're 14 players against 15 players, which is tough against the French. That's an amazing side. So most people will decide, listen here, this is a loss. We're going to lose because we're one down. There's no way we can make it work. What happened? We were behind halftime, 14-13. The second half, the Springboks scored 19 points and the French only 3. And we won the game. So the saying is, winners find a way. And often we, also in this industry, we can find reasons not to do stuff. We're one short. It's very difficult to work together. We can't make it work, but winners find a way. And hopefully we can find a way today and win the game. And then also, if we do more of the same, we'll experience more of the same. If we don't address demand, the demand will stay the same. If we don't, as an industry, try and market our product better, we won't probably see an increase in demand. So nothing will change if you don't change nothing. So just firstly, if you look at the consumption, all of us, or all of you have been in industry, most of you for a very long time. So I just want to put it in perspective. If you look at the global population, according to the numbers I'm seeing, around about 8.25 billion people globally. So I just want to put it in perspective. If you look at the demand, around about 1.3 million tons, if you do the calculation. So just to put it in perspective, each person on this planet is eating around about 157 grams of raisins or sultanas then per annum. If you work it back to the number of berries, it's around about 1 raisin berry or sultana berry per day, per person on this planet. That's what they're eating. So people who can do the maths, if we can get them to eat 2 per day, we increase our demand. That's what we must do. So I don't want to bore you with a lot of information you know anyway, but we know that dried fruit and grapes is accounting for around about a third of all dried fruit, because if you look at dried fruit production, 3.3 million, and raisins or dried vine fruit is responsible for around about a third of that, and we know Turkey is the biggest still, and USA and Iran, we all know that. And then if you look at dried fruit, if you look at the population, I referred earlier to the population, 8.25 billion people, around about 58% of that population is living in Asia, so it's obvious that a big consumption in Asia, We know that Europe historically has been a big market for dried fruit as well, in bakery, breakfast, in cereals, and in desserts as well, and in North America as well, very important market. People don't realize always that if you look at the breakfast cereals market globally, the value is around about $45 billion US, and a third of that is in the US. 10 to 15% of our dried fruit is ending up in breakfast cereals. So that's why North America also a fairly important market. They are a third of the breakfast cereal market, and we have to look at that market segment as well. And then also if you look at growth expected over time in Asia, China as well, we're seeing growth there, and then also don't forget about Northern Africa and the Middle East, also fairly important market. So if you look at our product per se, and I'll look at the health benefits now again, is the potential growth is driven by demand for healthy snacking, natural sweetening in cereals, in baking, and shift away from refined sugar. So that's where the potential growth is. Also important to know that historically, if you look at the numbers, around about 80% of our product is used industrial, ingredient, 20% snacking. So snacking also a huge opportunity going forward. So if we look at that snacking market globally, just to put it in perspective, the healthy snacking market globally is around about $100 billion US, growing at a CAGR of 4%. So that's a decent growth. People want to snack healthy. What we've seen in our surveys as well is that people focus very much on health, but they also that they want to eat something that eats well. Taste is always a priority. So health is important, but it's more important that it eats well. Taste very important. So if you look at that healthy snacking space, nice growth we see, but what is the product they're snacking on? 45% of that is nuts, seeds, and trail mixes, and then dried snacks playing a major role there. 22% dried fruit in the package. So if you look at dried fruit, and that's part of our job probably too, because dried fruit flat, we don't see a growing demand in general in dried fruit. We're seeing growth in healthy snacking. So part of our job is to migrate dried fruit into this space, the healthy snacking space, where consumers want to eat more healthy snacks. So that's a big job, and that's marketing, that's selling the product, to convince all the consumers and also the younger consumers that, yes, it may be deemed as a boring product, but there's opportunities. So if we look at some of the insights over time that we've seen in the product is, there's a lot of, and it's mostly the older consumer, there's a positive association with natural fruit. It's convenient. The people have tried it before when they have been younger, but there's also barriers. The sugar, obviously a big one, the last 10, 50 years, where people perceive it as sticky, bad for your teeth. They don't always understand the portion sizes. And then image is also a big issue that we experience, where it's seen as boring. It's not sexy. Dried fruit is not sexy. Raisins is not sexy. So that's often you find that the older consumer, they eat the raisins. Younger consumers, we struggle to convince them to buy raisins. Is not deemed as sexy. And that's marketing. We have to market this as a sexy product. So image is a big problem. And then packaging is another thing that we pick up in the trade, that if you look at, you need to present your product well in the trade, make it more attractive. And we're not always doing a great job in that space with the packaging. So we often find that nuts doing a better job, granola doing a better job, bars, etc. Whereas in our business, we're struggling a bit. Then also, if you look at the limited awareness around around science or the benefits we have with fruit, and that's once again marketing, and we'll look at the health benefits now, we can do a better job to market our product to the consumer, to the right consumer, to the younger people, that they appreciate the quality of our product. And then also referring to that is the image, to modernize our image and to work on portion control and to also market as sweet fuel. So if we look at the health benefits, and I'm not going to go through all the details, a lot of this stuff you know, but I just want to look at the key words here. So number one, if you look at Raisin, consumers tend to have a better overall diet quality, higher intakes. It's also good for the waist circumference. It's also pre-hypertension, blood pressure is playing a role, glycemic control for diabetes, a lot of benefits here. It's also low in sodium. It provides potassium. It's in a range of, or there's antioxidants in there, etc., etc. So there's a lot of obvious health benefits in raisins that we as the industry has got to market and sell to our consumers. Otherwise they won't know it. And that's marketing. So there's a whole chart here of the benefits. It's heart smart, it's rich in boron, it's good for the gut, high in fiber, energy, mind sharp. There's a lot of benefits that we can sell and communicate frequently with the consumers out there, with the 8.25 billion people, to try and increase the demand. So just a few slides on this is raisins, pure sunshine. You can eat small fruit, big energy, naturally sweet, naturally strong. Raisins power packed in every bite. The world's smallest superfood. So there's a lot of things we can sell and market and share with our consumers globally. Now I just want to, okay, so firstly, has there been work done before in this space where, because what I'm saying is let's try and promote and market raisins or sultanas globally. So has this been done? So I just want to refer to a number of marketing actually campaigns that's been done before and learnings from these campaigns on agricultural products. So firstly, in California, almonds, what they've done in 2013, 2016, invested around about 50 to 60 million US dollars. They've seen a sales impact of 24% in 3 years. So there's been investment, there's been growth, and some of the lessons there was they must focus on science, on partnerships with chefs, and also with consistent branding on almonds. And then avos as well. You'll see another one on avos in Australia. You guys may have seen this, where they've doubled the per capita consumption from 2.2 kgs to 4.4. This was the period 2010 to 2018, invested 8 to 12 million Aussie dollars. Some of the lessons was to engage with the consumers in humor, influencer, look at recipes, etc. And then on dairy as well, that's also deemed as boring at that stage, where they've seen a sales impact of 14% in the first 2 years, invested close to $20 million, and also look at sustainability, storytelling, and also try and engage with the younger consumers. So these guys had very similar challenges that we have, in the sense that it's dairy, it's boring, and they started to engage with the younger consumers, and that was the result. Blueberries, also a nice impact, 25% growth in 4 years, invested $5 to $8 million annually. And some of the lessons has been education, cold chain reliability, to obviously try and engage with the consumers to build trust, that they know it's a fresh product. So it's a lot of engagement, education going on, and the lessons sharing with their consumers. Then once again, on avos from Mexico, huge growth, 400%. They've done it they started in 2014, invested around about 40 to 50 million US dollars, but if you obviously end up with growth like that, it's a great investment, one of the better investments to do. Once again, to focus on cultural relevance, humor is coming in again, mass exposures that has driven the value. So some of the guidelines that we've seen is how much money you invest. So one of the learnings we've seen. So if you look at the smaller industries, they've invested 2 to 5 million US dollars per year, and you have to do it normally over a period of 5 years. That's another lesson. You'll see it now. A medium industry where we're in 10 to 25, slightly bigger, that's the investment required. That's one of the learnings. And then once you go large, avos, obviously bigger than us, you're talking about around about 50 million US dollars per annum investment required. And you have to do it for 3 to 5 years. That's the thing about marketing. Often you find, you want to invest, you want to see a return on your investment within the first 6 months. That's not actually going to happen. This is a longer project. It's not a one-day game. So 5 years, you have to do it for a longer period. And then your return on your investment, 4 to 8 times your return. It's a very nice return if you do it properly. So if you just look at our turnover roughly, and that's just a rough kind of estimation here, our turnover, 1.3 million tons, you multiply it by around about $2,300, you can obviously, it can be up or down. So you're talking about 3 billion US in turnover in our business. So if we invest 1%, that's 30 million by default, exactly in that frame or in that structure that I've mentioned earlier that we should be as a small and medium term industry. For the people who've been long in this business, you may remember that there was a campaign already on California raisins in 1980. Motown, the band, had a great song there, Along the Grapevine, for the people who will, or you can try and search it on Spotify. They've invested, at that stage, it was a lot of money, $300,000. They've increased their sales by 20% with the clay characters and a nice song. And it happened before, even on raisins. So it's not like it hasn't happened before. We stopped doing these things. Got Milk also, as I've mentioned earlier, a great campaign, and they've turned their sales around. Then other lessons, additional lessons is to focus on the category, to engage also emotionally with your consumer. And that's very important, to understand your consumer firstly and to engage and be more creative. So don't just have a kind of a generic, boring message, be more creative. And these examples will also show us that even humble agricultural product can become aspirational and modern when we market it well and effectively. So, also important is retail partnerships. Our retailers is big in snacks. As I said, snacks is around about 20% of the volumes that we sell. So it's key to engage with the retail partners as well. Influencers key in the younger generation. It's not a one-day game. And it's important to share accurate information. That we look at the data, we share accurate data. Consumers read a lot, as you know, and we need to share that with them. So also, the category is very important. The brand may be neutral. We must promote dried vine fruit from all origins, allowing individual brands and countries to add their own layers. And that is possible. So you focus on the dried vine fruit, and then the brands can link in here. And then once again, taste. Its health is very important, but we need to sell it. That we're selling a product where the taste is great. It's delicious, enjoyment. And then we reinforce it also, the science and the portion guidance. And then it's about solving problems. Marketing, to a certain extent, is solving problems. We're solving a problem for a consumer. They're looking for this healthy product. We've seen the trend already. Healthy snacking is growing by 4%. So there is a demand. We must solve that problem. How do we solve that problem? We create this occasion for the consumer that they know, listen here, you've got it actually right in front of you. We've got dried vine fruit. And you can use it in that space, in that occasion. And then also, obviously, the cultural side I've mentioned. Then, it's obviously marketing's got to be visual, colorful. It's got to be mobile friendly. It's very important, and in partnerships, it's key. Work with retailers, the manufacturers, health professionals, chefs, instead of trying to reach consumers alone. So engage with the right people. And select the right team to assist us to achieve this. So we must start with the objective. One of the objectives, and that's been achieved, you've seen in the other exercises that's been done, 25 to 50% growth in demand. That can be an objective, and to grow household penetration, the purchase frequency in low consumption areas and also higher consumption regions. We want to focus on health-conscious families looking for better snacks for children and in lunch boxes, and also busy adults and students seeking a portable, convenient portion, controlled energy for work, study, and commuting, and also for sports and fitness people. All of those listed will benefit by using our product. So some of these pillars, once we start with this, and obviously once we have it in place, it's key, it's very important that we focus on the messaging. So we've got a product that's shelf stable, up to 12 months and longer, when fresh fruit is not available. at work, school, travel, outdoors. And it's, once again, the occasion, very important to sprinkle it on breakfast. You can mix it into salads, in curries, in bake, into breads, in cookies. So your application, your occasions is actually way more than we can really understand always and market and share with our consumers. And then also support messages include simple, globally acceptable claims that we can share that with all the consumers. So what is the next steps, to propose next steps? Because we can say, yes, okay, we agree, it sounds fair, but now normally this is why we end up not being a winner. We say, yes, but we way too many people, it's how many countries, we know we must market it, but it's just too difficult to work together. How do we get the money? Where do we start? That's normally, we look at all the problems and not at the solutions. We don't always find the way. So we can debate this, but obviously one of the options is to establish actually a global dried wine fruit promotion body, and it's governed by producing and exporting actually countries. We start with also benchmarking our commodity with other commodities, look at the per unit assessments. Then we obviously need to fund this, and then we'll have to structure it properly. As I said, if we, for example, use 1%, that will end up with around about $30 million US. And then we've got a levy program, we've got a budget, and then we manage our growth. So you've got measurements. You'll have to have measurements in place. This is some of the measurements. We'll have to look at detailed volumes to see, like any business, once you start with a marketing campaign, you have to measure where you're at and where you want to be. So we'll look at the volumes, we'll look at it at household, at the penetration, but we've got the per capita, is it moving, not, the engagement, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll have to measure it properly to see, is it working, is it not working? So how will these insights apply to dried and vine fruit is we'll position dried vine fruit as a natural snack. We'll link it to fitness, to energy. We'll have one message as an industry, and we'll do it over a period of 5 years. Because the key insight is consumers want healthy, convenient, natural snacks. Fact, dried vine fruits fit perfectly. So snack the divine way, a global lifestyle-led demand creation idea. So I want to close. Let's be winners. Let's find a way and not get stuck with all the challenges to market our product. And we'll end up hopefully with more money in the back pocket. Snack smart, snack natural. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion. I think we need some discussion on this. We're going well for time, so anybody like to add or how we move this forward, or how we do this? Okay. Okay. Osman, you've done a lot of work in this area.
Thank you. Very well presentation. Thank you very much. When you come to the end, and you were giving us tips how to achieve that, that was not very clear to me. How do we achieve that? To set up an international body, yeah, supported by all producing countries, and?
Yeah, so obviously you need a body to drive this. So because I think that's a challenge. You can hear me. That's a challenge we're facing because we're talking about South Africa and Turkey and all over the world. So you need probably one body to manage this. So one proposal would be, and it's open for debate, to select this body, and then we'll have to apply principles. How are we going to fund this body? Is it 1%? Who's in, who's out? Because I often find that you stop this exercise because you say, okay, there's 80% is in and 20% is not in, and then we stop. In my experience, it's still better to proceed even if you have 80% in and 20% not in, then do nothing. So, but talking about the body, I think it's got to come from this industry. We can obviously get commercial involved as well. Select the right team, and then you create a funding model from there, and then obviously we start with the project. And then there's feedback and measurements. So it's like we've got some numbers now. We know demand is X, and we obviously over a 5-year period will try and manage that and beat that over time. As we've seen from other industries that's been done before. So we won't be the first. With those learnings as well. But I think the key thing is to select that right body and to drive that. And you'll have a chairman and the report back and obviously the funding model.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I have one point. Thanks for this wonderful presentation. It was full of information. We are in South Africa about 5 days now, and in the breakfast there are cereals, but I haven't seen raisins inside. And even at the breakfast there was no raisins, and what I noticed, we are losing a lot of market share against cranberry, which is just a sugar and a skin. It has. I don't understand the situation, and I don't understand why, as an industry, we are losing very important market share against that product. And I think that was also coordinated, well coordinated with your presentation, because there's a huge advertisement campaign lies behind this development. And I think we have to work hard to create a good image of our raisins, which is much more healthier and better fruit against cranberry. Thank you.
No, I'm 100%. I think just on that is PepsiCo is also, we're the biggest in breakfast cereal in South Africa. So by default, we do sell our own product. The part of it, what we see is at this stage, South Africa, the local market has also been flat, just on the dried fruit side. So we haven't seen growth, but historically we export 70 to 80% of the volumes produced, and we achieving a better income by doing that. So you're 100% right. In the local market in breakfast cereals, the application of dried vine fruit is flat at best. But we're seeing growth on the export side. So we're still growing, as you know, as a producing country, we doubled our crop in a short space of time. We're still seeing growth, but it's export driven, mostly.
Other questions? Chile, Argentina? No? Sorry?
Chair, I have a question. So the question is, if we want to grow from a 1.3 million tons to another 200,000, 1.5 million tons as a global industry, I think we must maybe ask ourselves, how are we going to capture that? And how are we going to take it forward in terms of maybe a small committee from the 9 countries and work on this year and see what we can come up with, because I'm sure we can do something. So I think we have to capture it in an action item. It's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, totally agree. So on the same page here, I think a formation of a committee of those countries that want to start it off, it'll still come back to everybody, but between now and the next one, or even in between as we go along, we get it out around to the 9 countries or 10 countries with some suggestions of possible ways of doing it. It's not, as Nico said, it's not necessarily reinventing the wheel. There is a lot of stuff out there. So I'd like to think that we can form a committee, work up some guidelines and make it happen to some degree. I'm not going to say it's going to run out of legs, but if we don't start, we won't know. Everybody in favour of that, or anybody against? It's probably an easier way to put it.
Yeah, we have to start somewhere to get there. but we also need the help of the importing countries and have also contact with the societies of those importing countries, like in the United Kingdom, there's NDFTA, dried fruit. Also in France, I think, as far as I know, they have some bodies, but they are not very strong. So we can do this with the joint venture, because importers are also going to benefit that. They will import more, they will make more money. So also within those countries, we have to talk to the big buyers, big consumers, like biggest supermarkets, asking them to spare more shelf space for the dried fruits, and if necessary, make some promotions, etc., to increase the consumption. On the other hand, last 3 years, the production is quite poor, especially in Turkey, which we can see on the numbers. We will see later on this afternoon. And you had a bad crop 2-3 years ago. This sort of things affecting. But last 2 years, for example, in South Africa, the things were going smoothly, and more farmers are planting, as I understand. And we will probably see from your presentation that it's going like this, which is good. But in Australia, it's rather flat because your co-ops, let's call them, are not paying enough to the farmers. You agree?
I like what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll put full stop here. Thank you.
And you'll see in our presentation, we actually have grown 30% or better than that on the year previous, and our forecast predictions are getting up around 25 to 30,000 tonne, which, considering where we've come from in the last few years, the numbers, are going to keep growing. And South Africa, everywhere's growing, so if we don't do something about it and we have more product, naturally the product won't be sought after as much because there'll be more choice. So we have to build that, I'll say want, which is not the word, demand is probably a better word for it. And I mean, Whitworth's has done a great review of the health benefits of it, which I take my hat off to you, Tom, on Osman. I think it'd be great if do a committee, we flick it around in emails to each other and come up with some of the issues you've just said. Everybody's happy with that. We'll look for a member from each country, and those that want to be in it can reply. If you don't reply, we'll still send you the information. It's just that you won't have so much input into it. So the action out of it for our minute taker is that we email each country with option of joining in on we'll call it a marketing committee, I think we'll probably do for the title. So everybody in favour of that? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nico. Okay, next one on our list is we start on the country presentations. Argentina is first up. Thank you, Francesco.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today. I am Francisco Vizcaíno, chairman of Packer and Exportan Raisin company in Argentina. Here with me is Gonzalo Huertas, colleague of mine and deputy chairman of Foreign Commerce Chamber of San Juan, Argentina. Today we are talking about Argentina racing industry. First of all, we are talking about a short overview of economic situation in Argentina. Year final end at 30-35%. Is high, but was not that high that the previous years. So I think we are going to a normal inflation. In terms of political context, active political reforms and recent legislative activity under President Milei, we expect macro and trade policy decisions to affect export regulations and exchange conditions in terms of free trade agreement with other countries that give us other opportunities in different markets that today we cannot reach. The political environment remains polarized with alternative economic strategies between administrations. Export taxes, exchange rate controls, and trade regulations continue to be significant factors for our business planning. After midterms elections during October this year, we expected to see deep reforms agenda in terms to support private sector and try to do better business in the near future. Talking about racing in Argentina, we have to say that the vineyard area is concentrated in 3 provinces. That is the region of Cuyo, that is composed mainly for Mendoza, San Juan, and La Rioja. The main activity of racing is concentrated in San Juan, that came from with Gonzalo, that concentrate the 90% of the doesn't work, but it's okay. The 90% of the total production of racing in Argentina. The vineyard area is almost 10,000 hectares, and in terms of volume, the racing industry represents 10% of the total grape production in Argentina. If we're talking about volumes, the last year crop was 51,000 metric tons of raisins. This year we hope more or less the same. They are estimated till the last official numbers that in September we already export 35,000 tons. Plus domestic consumption, so we think we can reach that number easily. In terms of average yields of our vineyards, is about 6 tons per hectare. We think here we have an opportunity to grow and increase our production without new vineyards. In main drain methods, we are doing in this way that you see in this picture. We use big areas, big dry areas that we put stones and then over plastic net, and we dry over that. All our raisins are sun-dry natural drying. Market and trade. Here we have the numbers till 2000, I think 2008, say that, to this year, and we see that the trend is we are increasing our production and our export. Our main markets are Brazil, Latin America, the United States, and some markets in Europe. In terms of volume, Brazil represents almost 45%, US represents 20%, and then the other markets. How you see here, the breakdown of our destinations. Domestic consumption is limited. It's about 6,000 to 7,000 tons annually that are mainly focused on bakery and confectionery industry. This year, the farm gate prices, it's about 1.75, 1.8 per kilogram to the growers, and the export prices are $2,600 per metric ton FOB. Our port of departures are from Buenos Aires, Argentina, or Chile. If you remember the map I showed you, the production area is near to the mountain range, to Andes mountain range, so we don't have a directly port to our exports. Industry challenges. Of course, the industry challenge for all of us is the climate and weather conditions. The past year we have several droughts. Today we are not expecting that, but of course water availability is a major concern for us. Hailstorms and late frost significantly affect yields and quantity. This year, the climate conditions are good so far. So we're expecting that nothing wrong happens in the next month. In terms of pests and disease, we are facing the major challenge with the great white moth and fly flood. But we have some programs that are supported by the government to help private sector to control that pest. Labor and availability and cost, we don't have till today some problems to labor availability. We are doing some mechanization adoptions in our harvest process and our drying process also that help us to not increase that cost. Due to the previous things I told you about high inflation, the cost for us for fertilizing, fuel, packaging, and energy heavily impact in our production margins, but we're hoping that this will be no problem in the short term. Opportunities and developments, new technology. We are investing in mechanical drying. It's not mechanical drying, it's mechanical assisted drying as I showed you in the picture. Drip irrigation and solar assisted system that is expanding to reach some products consistency and sustainability. As I told you, there's some research and innovations. Local institutes like INTA and universities like the National University of San Juan, and in collaboration with private sector are working in develop new varieties in terms of looking better yields and better fresh dry ratios. Of course, helping us to improve our water management. The government support programs, we don't have so much government support, but in terms of control the pests and disease, yes, but in our programs are just a lot of bureaucracy process that and a lack of enough funding to not help us to reach our irrigation efficiency and export diversification. Next season. product expectations, for the next crop 2026, we expect a moderate improve that it's about 55,000 tons. We discussed with Gonzalo yesterday that we could reach a better number than this, but we want to show you moderate till today. Key challenges, well, okay, it's about, of course, our economic situation, persistent inflation, high logistic cost, and climate variability remains a major risk for our competitiveness. Opportunities, expanding access to primary export markets, developing value-added raisin-based products, and adopting automatization technology will be crucial for our future growth. Just to closing, we think Argentina raisin industry stands as a resilient and export-oriented sector combined with a traditional know-how. Our industry in Argentina has more than 100 years. We are growing not so fast, but we have a lot of tradition and with a gradual modernization. Despite of our macroeconomics and environmental challenge, San Juan, with its unique climate conditions and commitment with the growers and packers, ensure Argentina remains as a supplier of high-quality natural raisins to the world. Okay, thank you. Any question?
Domestic supply, you said, is limited. I'll be right. Sorry. Domestic supply, you referred to it as limited. Is that because you cannot get the cost when you put it domestically when it is sold, or what's the reason?
The reason is about the demand. It's about, yes, it's because Argentinian doesn't demand a lot of raisins. We have an opportunity over there about, just Nico is talking later. We can increase our local demand and will be good for Argentina, but it's really limited in comparison with other countries of the region. For example, from Peru or from Colombia, or that it has the same or a better consumption, and there are less population.
No worries. Thank you. No other questions? Oh, yes.
Hi, Francisco. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on your type of raisins you produce? That 55 tons, is it Thompson, Sultanas, Flame? What is the...
Okay, the breakdown for the raisins in Argentina in terms of variety is about 50% of Flames, 30 to 35% from Thompson varieties that include Thompsons, Selma Pit, and Fiesta. And the remaining is about local varieties, local seedless varieties.
Thank you, Francisco. Which black variety you grow in Argentina for raisins?
Black variety is
Black raisins.
Flames.
Dark black, no. Dark black.
Dark black is raisin, is Flames. Flames.
Okay.
No other questions? Okay, thank you. Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm up next, so...
So this is forward, backward, and that's the pointer.
Okay. The Australian presentation, just a few photos of our area. Australia, we do it totally different than many other countries around the world, which I would think most of you should be aware. Our regions. One more button. There's the main region. It's, yeah, okay. It's down where the rivers meet down there, which is the Raisin region. It's in the green. Green is the main grape planting area. We have the two largest rivers either meet there or flow through there, which is the Murray-Darling region. We have different trellis systems, as I think most of you would be aware, but if you're not, speak to any of the reps that are here, we can explain it quite well. Peak Industry non-for-profit organisation working with Horticultural Innovation, which is a government body that manages our levies. It's funny up here, you get an echo. We represent about 300 growers. Our industry came from a great height of around 90,000 tonne back in about 1990. The wine grape industry come in. Prices for dried fruit was low. We just went downhill from then. We got down to about our lowest a couple of years ago was about 10,000 tonne. We're building ourselves back up. We're at 8.5, which we'll see about later. Mainly family farms. There is a few corporates that have wanted to come in. Most of them seem to struggle, not all, trying to find the labour that's got the ability. growers are not Sultana type, were a little bit variant. One year they were good, next year they were down. Sun Muscat stays the same. Total imports to Australia, nearly 20,000 tonnes. Our consumption rate, I think, would be pretty good if we did the numbers on that. It's about 25 million people in Australia, 26 maybe. Turkey, we get a lot from Turkey. South Africa, China and Greece. The Greece is the currants mainly. New project innovation, established sort of a 1 hectare trial site at the moment. This is Michael's new toy. It's 800,000 over 7 years. Once again, we've got people looking at the system. They want to know what trellis system should they have, what varieties we should have. And it was scattered out amongst many growers, but some of those growers retired, sold the properties or what have you. This here is with one of the education departments. It's called TAFE in Australia. And we're going to have the systems and the new varieties, the trellis varieties, and we'll be able to, once again, it's 7 years by the time it's finished, but we'll have ideas before then of what is the best way of doing it. Because the trellis system that we have now, we call it a swing arm, big arm like that swings over each year, backwards and forth, was designed for the old Sultana type, which the new varieties are twice as fruitful as the old Sultana. So, and that old system is very expensive to put up there. Hopefully, it will tell us, do we need that system for that variety? Because we know that system is what we did need for the Sun Muscat. I'm sorry, for the Sultana variety. That's it over here, what we have at the moment. Okay, new varieties innovation. Investment in variety development has paid the way. I've touched on some of this for growers to plant new grapevines. Actually, even some of the processors at the moment, and we only have 2 processors, are doing, I'll say deals, but they'll pay for the vines if you plant them. So they're looking at more tonnage. So if we're holding a workshop at home like this, I say to growers, go talk to your processors and see if you can get them to pay for the vines. The vines in Australia cost somewhere about $4.5 US a vine, roughly. Most popularly new varieties, Sunglow, is that one there. Only problem with it, it comes in after Sun Muscat, so it's one of the later varieties, and if your weather breaks, it doesn't get affected by the rain. It dries fairly light. I think it's a really great grape. Only trouble is it's a little bit late in the season, so you have to be able to dehydrate it or dry it in some manner. Otherwise, you'll get caught with it. Selma Peat is flavour of the month, I think, in many parts of around the world now. And it's a lot of people are planting it in Australia too. Sugar 39, early variety, very good. And as I touched on before, Murray Bold is one that's been developed there in Australia.
Yeah, it's just for the. It's sorry.
Increase is for your local consumption, I would say. The 8,000 ton. When we look at the sultanas, it's very small, 3,700, 800 tons. So these are maybe higher numbers compared to past. Past was terrible. You had terrible years, few years, and you also mentioned the days that the crop was 90,000 ton. I remember 110,000 ton because of our age difference. You may not go back that far. Your exports are also very small compared to others, like you export to Japan and Italy and some Germany, I think, selected countries. So are you expecting a bigger plantation on sultanas? That's my question. And is the increase is because of very, very bad wine production? People stop changing, people start changing from wine to dried grapes. Is that the reason you have increase?
So it's definitely been a system, part of it, but we've been out actually trying to, we've been in the vine growing areas suggesting that some of the wine varieties come across. They could use the same trellis system, they could use the same irrigation system, they only need to change it over. A lot of the wine growers that have been in the industry for a long time, the last 3 years have been terrible for them. They're not even getting a quarter of their cost of production back. And this year, then the winery's already told them when it comes to January, February, March, whatever they're going to pick, they don't want any red grapes. They're just saying straight off, and it'll be 4 years that they're saying before that will turn around, and even then they reckon the demand's not. So I'd like to think some of them will, but I don't think it's going to happen because most of those growers are saying, no, I've been in the industry too long, I'm going to get out. They reckon they haven't got the money because they actually carried a few years where they thought the price was going to pick up. It goes back probably 7 or 8 years that it's been a really poor crop. So I don't think they'll come across. Table grapes has grown hugely in our area, and they still are in some way, but I think the table grape, you know, they're growing everywhere around the world, so I'm not quite sure how they are. A lot of citrus has been planted. And almonds, of course, is huge in Australia. So it's been a bit of both. It's the new varieties, we're always getting people to come in and say, give us a business plan or we'll run through and do the numbers, whether it's worthwhile us doing it. I think that's been probably the greatest incentive for people to do it. You put the numbers in there and the returns are looking quite good. Anybody else got a question? Yeah.
Mark, we're seeing an impressive growth over the last few years. I mean, if you take from 12,000 tons and now we're bumping on 20, I'd like to know what your projections are for 2026. And then your precious resource, water, and then we know also labor, a very labor-intensive business making raisins. How positive is your industry moving forward? Where do you see the numbers starting to develop further, or do you think 20,000 is about where you're going to be? Do you see higher numbers coming through mechanization?
Yeah, we'd like to think our strategic plan was with the processors a part of it and the growers. We thought if we got up around 30,000 tonne was the number. The processors have got a little bit shy on that now. They're saying maybe 25. We're not sure whether we can sell it. personally. I don't think they try too bloody hard, but anyway. So that's been a part of it. The water issue, at the moment, vines use somewhere about 8 megs to the hectare. The price of water, if you want to buy water on the market, is about $300 a megalitre. The 3 8s of 24, $2,400 a hectare just to purchase the water. And then you have to have supply charges on it, which could be another $200 or $300 a megalitre, depending on where your property is. Electricity has got extremely dear in Australia. Wages, as I said, the hourly rate is $31.19 per hour in Australia. So times that by whatever it is, 10 or 11 is the exchange rate for here. That's per hour, and then you've got all the add-ons. You have to pay super, eye care, which is work cover for them. Then there's a lot of add-ons. It takes it to about 42 Australian dollars. So that's, as I said, around 4,000. If I got a contractor in, which makes life easier for me as far as paperwork goes, but they put 10% or 15% on to do the paperwork. Then they put GST, which is another tax that the government puts on them, which is another 10%. So it adds up. At the moment, we've been replanting in the last month or two at home. It's been, I'm not going to say acres, we'll say about 7 hectares, 8 hectares we planted. The labour that we've had to get in to do that, it's just really expensive, but on the same token, you can't do it any other way. You haven't got enough people on board that can do that. So I think the industry's got a future. It looks the best it has. I mean, a couple of years ago, most people that have heard me come to these, I'd start off in my presentation with, no, it's raining again, or it's been raining again, or the crop's down. But our projected tonnages for the next year, which you asked about, will be a bit better than the 18,500 tonne. Those sultanas, even though it's only a small variety, they're probably a little bit less than last year, but the other varieties look terrific. So they will be averaging better than 10 tonne to the hectare on those new varieties that are, I'll say, 3 or 4 years old. So it's a bit of a hit and miss. At the moment, we haven't had any weather events that's affected us. There's plenty of water in the river, but you have to pay for it. That's if you haven't got it. There's 2 ways you can get water in Australia. You can own the water, or you can buy the water on the temporary market. So if you don't own the water, and a lot of the new entrants don't own it, they have to go out and purchase it. And it's a bit of a gamble. You can wait. At the start of the water year, which is the first of our financial year, it was probably $100 a meg. At the moment, it's $300. If it doesn't rain, probably in another week or 3 weeks, the water could be $400. I remember when it got to 1,000 at one stage. At 1,000, you just can't, it doesn't even cover costs. But far as water in storages are lower this year than they were last year. But it's like all farming systems, it's up, it depends on the weather and how it all works out. But I think there's a really good future in it. I think, like Nico, his presentation was great. We need to somehow build the demand, and a lot of the work that Osmond has done through the health benefits and what have you, through Whitworth, it's great reading. If you should try to get hold of the paper, and I don't know whether you share it or not, Osmond, but it's a great read. And as far as telling you that how much you get out of it, I listened to a lady that comes on our local television. She's on one of the morning shows when you're having breakfast and the news is on. She gets there and she rattles off straight away about how sultanas are this, that and everything, and are bad for your teeth. Anyway, I got one of those processors. I wasn't happy about it, and I wasn't happy with her. And anyway, lo and behold, now one of the processors is going paying her as an influencer. So now all of a sudden, she doesn't say anything bad about the dried fruit industry or the grapes. She's got recipes with them in there. But the damage she did for over 2 or 3 years, I had school kids. We used to put grapes in schools in little packets. I think that's another good way of doing it. So now we've got evidence that shows sultanas, or dried raisins, whichever one you call them, are good for you. And a small amount, they're cheap, they're protein, they're all those benefits that are there. So I think there's a good industry going forward, worldwide. We just have to keep the prices up where they are and push the benefits. Okay, one more.
Mark, I think of all the raisin producing countries, Australia, local consumption of raisins is by far the most in the whole world. Of your opinion, like the presentation of Nico, what can we learn from you that you have so huge consumption of raisins?
Yeah, our consumption used to be nearly double to what it is now when we had less people, but that was because of cranberries and everything else. 40,000 used to be roughly the consumption domestically many years ago. We're still holding it in there. We try to do as much marketing as we can locally, pushing it. The imports that come in doesn't help us sometimes because the supermarkets put it out on the shelf cheaper than what the Australian product is. But I think you just have to be out there, and I actually think you need to start with the kids. And we get, I don't know, a few boxes of little packets of sultanas done monthly, and we hand them out. Everybody that's in the office has them, and when if they're going to somewhere, if you'd been in Australia for this, you'd had little packets on your tables and what have you. Any chances when I'm going talking to anybody? There's no really anywhere in Australia that you can buy unless you go to the supermarket, and the quality of the supermarket stuff isn't, it's all right, but it could be better. So I think it's just a learning thing. You need to be out there showing people, giving it away, get them started on the sultanas. They were terrific. And the sun muskets, I find, is even better. They're a plumper, they have a muscety little taste to them. They're a great grape, and once people try them, oh, where do you get these from? I haven't tried these before. It's just not as readily available as I'd like it to be. Okay, I'm done. Okay, we're 5 minutes ahead, so it's coffee time. We'll see everybody back here at 15 minutes past 11. Thank you.
Toets, toets, 1, 2, 3. Klink hy beter? Nog 'n bietjie.
sent these presentations. Everybody, if you want to, you don't have to, but we'd like you to, put your email address on somewhere that will go around, a bit of paper or something, Chantel, dear buddy, old friend, that will get people to put their email address. So then the presentations can be shared. If you've got any questions, you'll be able to ask whoever you wish to ask. So once again, it's that sharing again. Next up is the India presentation.
That's fine. I'll just put it on. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Hi. Good morning to all. And firstly, I would like to thank you, the association, to accommodate us. And this is the first time as an organization we are participating. And I will give you a glimpse of what our industry is and what are our expectations and how to go about it. So we are an organization in India based in a province called Maharashtra, which produces around 95% of the grapes in India. So we are MRDBS, that's Maharashtra Rajya Draksha Bagaitdar Sangha, basically Maharashtra Grapes Growers Association. So what we do? We are an organization for farmers, run by farmers, and we teach our farmers, and we do some innovations, R&D, and we are spread across whole Maharashtra and Karnataka a bit. So we have around 2 to 3 farms wherein we do research on different varieties, which I'm going to tell you later on. Then we have taught our farmers, basically our organization has formed in 1960s, and it's been 65 years since then. We are working in grapes only. So we have taught our farmers about table grape exports, different things, and currently we are, our production area is around 4.5 lakh acres. That is around 1,75,000 hectares. And we export around 3.5 lakh tons globally to Europe, Middle East, Russia, Bangladesh. So we give our farmers the market intelligence, which markets are good, where we can target the markets. We give farmer trainings. Once in a year, we have a seminar wherein around 3,000 to 5,000 farmers come together, and we bring in expertise all over the world to guide our farmers on new technologies and new ways to do farming and get along the world. So that is our 3-day seminar, wherein I would like to have some of your experts and guide us on raisins, because we are far behind in that area in exports. And also we deal with our government through our organization, because we have around 35,000 active members, and it's kind of a pressure group for our to deal with our government, to make policies and work towards grape industry, improvisation. So the first photograph, that's our chairman, is sitting across here, and that photo is from one of our farmer training program. The second is on-field trainings, what we give. Third is we do soil testing, leaf petiole testing. We have different labs, and we have around 30 cell outlets of farm inputs, wherein we also control farm input cost with the, what do you say, international or our national agrochemicals, because we do export ourselves and we give to our farmers at very nominal cost. So it's not even 1% more. So that's what we do. And now we are going towards AI in agriculture and mechanization in agriculture. Because unlike South Africa or Australia, our farm sizes are very small. Per farmer, if you can do the average, it's around 3 to 5 acres. So now we are going for cost-effective mechanization, and we are putting in that innovation money as an organization. So this is, I'm going to tell you about something about our raisin industry. In the photograph, what you see are a different kind of raisins what we produce. We have bought samples here, and I would like you to taste some and give your feedbacks on what improvements or how you like them. So our production area is around 50,000 acres, and we produce around 2.3 lakh tons per year of raisins. Per hectare production of fresh grapes is around 20 tons per hectare, and dried grapes is around 7 tons per hectare. So the varieties which we use, majorly we use Thompson, and we have different varieties. Now the regions are Maharashtra and Karnataka, and the varieties are Thompson. We have our own mutation elongated varieties which we use for raisin grape production. Elongated black, elongated white, and Thompson. Also we have National Research Center for Grapes in India, which have given us some varieties which we are currently working on in black dried grapes. We have one interesting variety called H516, which is very high in antioxidants. I think we have got the sample of that also. It is very good for anti-cancerous, this thing. Now, what procedures we follow? We follow very, traditional processes which we learned from Australia, and we use dipping oil and shade drying currently, which is a labor-intensive process, and we want to improve that process and reduce the labor cost. The second thing, or the second challenge in our industry is exports. The sulfur content in our produce is high, as which is required for international markets. We are not able to, match that. So for that purpose, we need some expertise. So how to control that? These are the, some of the processes how we do drying. This is shade drying, and we use layered drying processes. This is done in similar kind of area in India, wherein humidity is less and sunshine is high. So the share of Maharashtra in grape production is around 70 to 90%. The grape to raisin ratio is 4:1, and last year's export value that we have given, and these are the countries which we are exporting to. So mainly Asian countries and Middle East. So what are the challenges? Mark said, we have similar challenges since last 5 years. We have very uneven climatic conditions and very heavy rains. So our production has gone down from, I think, 2.3 lakh tons to this year 1.5 lakh tons. In that we export around 30,000 tons outside. So we wanted to increase that export volumes of ours. And we are looking for new varieties also, wherein we can get more yield. And this is our contact details. If you have any questions about
I got a question. The about 3 or 4 slides back, you had your racks with the black. That one. Is that because of rain? You put a cover on them like that?
No, it's shade and rain, basically.
Shade and say dry them in the shade.
Shades and rain.
And shade and rain. Okay. Thank you. Other questions?
Thank you for your presentation. There's a high volume of raisins that you're producing
Yeah,
in India.
we consume around now we have produced around 1.5 lakh tons this year. We have consumed around 1.2 lakh tons in India only.
Okay. And you made no mention of processors, of raisin processors. How many raisin processors do you have? You have 35,000 farmers.
Yeah.
And raisin processors to actually receive them?
They are minimal. I mean, they are individual processors, not like big companies.
What sort of processors? Sort of regional?
We have a concept of grower-exporter.
Yes.
So similar kind of thing is there.
And does it take all year to process this volume, or do you do it within a few months after the harvest?
Few months of operation. Few months. I mean,
3 months, and it's all processed?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm asking, sorry but I couldn't hear so good. How much hectares you have in total, and what is the production, your total production?
You want table grapes or just raisins?
The raisins.
50,000 hectares. 50,000 hectares.
And the total production in tons?
Total production this year was 1.5 lakh tons.
1.5 hectares.
No, in your terms, I have to convert it. 150,000 tons. 150,000 tons.
Thank you.
1,000 tons. So it's 1.5 lakh. We are into metric system. So.
Yes. I understand you said I'm here. You're a corporation, yes?
Yeah, yes.
How many corporations like you there are in India?
There are farmer producer groups now, but as a corporation, we are the largest in India.
No, you are the largest, but are there any others?
There are some others, not many.
So how many ton fruit you receive from farmers as a corporation?
No. We don't receive anything as such.
You don't
They are
process.
individually processing it,
Okay.
but they are our members.
So you get the numbers from farmers.
Yes.
As an information which you have
And-
to rely
and-
on what they say to you.
Yes,
Okay.
and government.
And the government.
Yeah.
Yes. And
He is one of the processors.
2,000.
For my processing.
Yes.
This gentleman, this is a MRD base, this chairman for MRD base.
Yes.
He doesn't process,
You are
he is
the
into
only
table grapes.
Director and processor, resin processor.
Yes. Yes. How many factories like you?
In India, small farmers there, they own processing line, small. One farmers maximum 5 acres. They put small processing unit in their farm, and they process drying, color grading, washing. Then we go to their sale.
The labor.
I saw some pictures that they are doing hand washing, the small farmers, but now they must be doing mechanical washing, etc. Otherwise, because in the past it was small farmers, as you say, and you had no factories. I'm talking about 15 years ago. I just want to know how it is now. This is why I ask all these questions. Is it going to mechanization now, is it?
Yeah, mechanization has improved a lot. And I think somebody has shown the unit. I think Argentinian presentation was there. So similar lines we do have.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Done? Okay.
Thank you, Abi. What is your local consumption, or how big is your local market in India?
In your terms, it is 125,000 kgs maybe, but 1.25 lakhs.
Yeah, okay, so that's ton, 125,000 tons.
That's very high because, and this year our rates were around 1.5 times higher because of the low production.
Abi, and tell me, do you have a local culture of eating raisins?
Yes.
And how does your market look for the future, for expansion in India?
See, as Nico told, that we need, what do you say, to educate or to, inform people or about the raisins. And our culture is like, in some regions of India, when you go to Middle East, you get, what do you say? Dates. When you enter their home, you give dates to eat first and water. So similarly, some parts of India, you give raisins. And that's the culture. Now, some of our young farmers or young producers, are what they are doing is, you know about raisins put in chocolates. Okay, chocolate-coated raisins. So we have made, different spices, mixed raisins. So not only sweetened ones, but you get different tastes. So different innovations are coming in as, snack, for snacking. So that is coming up in India, and that can be used to increase the market share. Also, in our schools, we have a program wherein some of the children are nutritionized. So we are pushing raisins as one of the superfoods to those children and get it included in the government schools. So wherein there is a high possibility of high consumption of raisins. So there are different ways we are pushing our product in local market, because our market is very vast and we haven't explored it at all. So that is and we do get imports. I don't have the data, but import is also very high from Afghanistan, from China, maybe Turkey, I don't know. And it goes at a much higher price, almost twice or thrice the price what is the farm gate price at our this thing.
Okay, thank you. For memory, yep, we'll try them a little bit later, please. For memory, and Johannes may be able to correct me here, or help me. There was 2 delegates from India that come to here last time it was held in South Africa. There was 2 delegates that come. It was a father and a son that come from India and was seen here, and they were from India. I think it must be 10 or 12 years ago. When was it? Sorry? 2012? I can't remember the name, but we could find it. It'd be in the... They must be from... Yeah, they were coming back the following year, but apparently I got told they had a car accident. Was it a father and a son? No, it was a scientist and a father. Yeah. Anyway, It'd be interesting. I'm sure we could probably find it anywhere. But anyway, thank you very much. It was great to have you here, and I hope we see you every year. Your information was something that we didn't know. Okay, the next one is one online. It's from Greece. Okay. So just tell us when you want the next slide or whatever. We haven't got it up. There we have. So I'll hand over to you. Hello.
First slide. Were you listening to me at this time? Are you hearing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So if we can start from the first slide, where it's about the production regions of the currants, which is the product I'm going to mainly talk about, as it is the one we are mainly exporting from Greece. What we face in Greece is, in difference with other regions like Australia or South Africa, is where we have very many growers, which they have very few hectares, let's say. We have around 5,000 to maybe 6,000 growers who produce currants, and we're talking about a crop which at the best reaches 20,000 tons. This means that we have users who produce as little as 1 metric ton per year, to producers which the maximum I would say we see is 40 tons per year. So we have part-time producers and full-time producers. This causes a fluctuation in the market many times, as the part-time producers mainly operate due to they cultivate or not, depending on how they view the price will be for that given year, which causes also fluctuations in the production volumes. As you can see in the slide, I have listed down the different regions where currants come from. I don't think there is any reason to go through them. So we can go to the next slide. This is about the Greek sultanas. It's not really worth talking about. We produce mainly, I would say, 1,000 to probably 1,500 tons per year of sultanas, mainly produced in Crete and the Corinth region. And Greece consumes actually, I would say, 3 to 4 times that amount per year. So we are a net importer of fruit. We're importing sultanas from different countries such as Turkey, China, India, which was presenting previously. And there is no Greek currants exported. So let's go to the next slide. Here's an overview of previous crop of currants. Last year was a very bad year production-wise. We had extended heat waves and some rainfall during harvest, which damaged a lot of the fruit. So we estimated a production of around 30,000 tons, where we thankfully had a carryover of 1,500 tons, which ended up in a total available product, let's say, of raw material of 14.5, exportable around 30,000 tons. This was a big decrease, let's say, of the normal crop, which caused a shortage in the market and increased prices as well. If we go to the next slide about this year's crop, we had a better year than last year production-wise. We had again a bad weather conditions, mainly during harvest and at the latest stages of the harvest, with extended heat waves again. So we had an estimated production. We don't yet have actually real figures, but we estimate around 15,000 tons. The main difference with the last season is that we had zero carryover. And so we believe that we have around increase in the total available crop for marketing, as we say, which is not a lot. But the main question comes again with demand, as I will go into the details a bit later. So let's go to the next slide. The currents from Greece are around 95% is being exported. Only 700 tons are consumed locally. I would say maybe even less, depending on the price levels it's here. We export all around the world. Europe, I would say, is always the biggest market, as we are very close, and the supply chain is very comfortable for both parties. Exports decreased last year due to the short crop, and we hope demand was also a bit decreased due to high prices, and we're looking into monitoring closely what's going to happen this year. So let's go to the next slide. This is about the growers, but I would just wait a minute to discuss a bit the currents. What we face in the current industry, let's say, is that we have, as Australia said, a very volatile product. This is the main problem with the currents. This volatility is mainly caused due to two reasons. The first one is the harvest period. Currants, being a very small and delicate fruit, has a very thin skin on the vine. This makes it very sensitive to weather conditions such as rain or extreme heat waves. This causes the crop every year to have fluctuations, and it causes also problems to the growers when they do not know confidently what yield their farms will bring. This is the volatility on the side of production, and we also have a volatility in the side of demand. Currants, being a very small fruit, it's 3 to 4 times the berry count of Thompsons, let's say, is a perfect food for ingredient and industrial use. This is where it's mainly being exported, and due to it being inside the recipes, let's say, it makes it very volatile in the demand, as we notice that every year, depending on the price of the currants, many buyers are very flexible to change currants in years which they are expensive, and with midget raisins or other types, and in years where currants are cheaper, they can again increase their consumption. This is just an overview of the currants being a very niche product and very sensitive and volatile, which we should, all of the currants producing countries should work closely together in trying to support the customers as well as the growers with a steady price and hopefully steady demand. So on the last slide, we have this is the one, the growers. The previous one slide. In Greece, we have problems with the growers, they're getting older. As I said before, the farms are very small farms with many growers. I would say the average grower is producing 3 to 4 tons. And they're family owned, of course, and the people that are cultivating them are getting older and older. Due to a better pricing to the growers and due to the economic crisis in Greece and the cities not being able to offer a lot of jobs anymore, we see younger generations going back to the farms to find a better life. And we are hopeful that we will see a better production in the farms with better yield, as these new growers and younger people are bringing new technology as well. And hopefully we'll be able to have a stable demand and supply and even grow it in the future. This was it for me. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions? Peter.
Nikitas, good day, and can you hear me? Hello, Nikitas? Can you hear me?
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Nikitas. Please send my best regards to your father. Nikitas,
I
please
will,
tell
I will.
us. Greece has a fantastic history for producing currants. Can you tell us in the golden years of production of currants in Greece, what quantity that was? And whether it is weather alone or is it only economic circumstances that of the small farms that is causing the production to fall to the levels where we see it today?
Yes. So, okay, the history of currants in Greece goes really, really back. So, we go down to the 18th, 19th century. So back on those years, the production was like 80,000 tons, 100,000 tons, but we were supplying, it was on a time where there weren't also fridges, etc. in Europe, so in people to get their healthy minerals from the food, they had to put
It goes along the top of the wire and it goes in and out. It's driven by robotics and a camera. So it goes along there and actually takes off the canes off one side. That was last year's canes. So that's that one, and this is how you set it up. It's a prototype, but there's more and more growers that are swinging over to it because, as I touched on before, the winter time is the dearest time for us. Chantal? The other photo. And this next slide was, only one more, is the harvester that we harvest with. So 2 years ago, we had a lot of bad weather, or 3 years ago, and we didn't have enough harvesters to get out there quick enough to harvest the fruit before it went bad. In some ways, it probably wasn't an all bad thing because a lot of people harvested when it was wet and it didn't do it any good. So we got it designed, a new design. There was 2 or 3 of those ones around. They were, I don't know, 5, 10 years old. So they got redesigned. We've got technical drawings of this now that growers are going out and getting them built by an engineer. I think 3 were done the first year. I don't know what's in the pipeline for this year. Price, somebody asked me what they're worth. Remember was it 10 to 1? These were at about $220,000. So you have to add a naught to that to come to your RAM. But since then, they've gone up because the businesses think they can make more money out of the growers, so they've put some of them up. Okay. Chantal, how are we going over there? No. How are we going? You got service, you got connection? You right? Okay. Oh yeah, he's there. Okay, our next presentation, as we said, is from Chile. Can you hear me? No.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay. We're right. We're going to run you through your presentation in a moment. Your presentation will pop up. Can you see the screen?
Yes, I'm showing.
It's there, you just need to make it bigger.
Can you see the screen?
Can you see the screen now with your presentation on it?
I'm showing the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you want.
Okay, just start off and just ask us for the next one, or if you can change it there, and away you go. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. Nice to be here and present the Chilean racing industry. My name is Cristian Infante. I'm the CEO of Pacific Nut Company. We do, we're a big player of raisins in Chile and also fruits, almonds, and walnuts. Glad to be here. I couldn't go there, but I will do the presentation virtually. So first of all, to remember everyone that Chilean raisins are then from almost all table grapes. So for us, it's important the grape production that is going on in Chile and in the markets, because when the market of table grapes is not so good, we can be able to have more raw material to dry. So this is very important. We don't plant for raisins. We are part of the table grapes industry. What is discarded there in the yards? We take it for drying. So this is important. And in that we can see that the table grapes production for 2024-2025, China is the big player, and we are one of the top 10, but we have been decreasing a lot, and we will see in another charts what we have now. In terms of our production areas, to the right, we are a very long country, and we go from the north of that is called Atacama to the south, but the raisin or table grapes area are from a lot of on the north, Atacama, Coquimbo, the central area, Valparaiso, O'Higgins, and RM, and that is the big part of for grapes. All the plantations of different fruits have gone south because of the availability of water, and some different fruits have been changing. There's have been increasing a lot of fruit, especially cherries and hazelnuts. The area of plantation with these two fruits have been very high, and other like annual production of wheat and corn has gone down in hectares. Also, the table grapes and the grapes for wine has been going down. In terms of surface of table grapes, 10 years ago or more, we were about 55,000 hectares, and now we are less than 40,000 hectares. So we have taken a lot of grapes out, and some have been changing to new varieties that are more production than the traditional varieties of Flames, Thompson, and Crimsons. So finally, for the industry of dry fruits, we have almost every year the same, or we don't change so much in terms of volume. The new varieties that are been planted and are all these new varieties: Sweet Glove, Allison, Sweet Celebration, Autumn Crisp, Tinkan. We're facing a lot of new varieties that are similar to the traditional varieties, but they have more productivity in the farm, so they can export more in fresh and also have more for raisins. So that is the first view that we have to have, that Chile is coming from the raisins from Chile is coming from table grapes. Then when we harvest, we do all in drying fields. We layer in big drying fields. We have very good weather to the north of Santiago, that is the capital, and very in the north in Atacama region. There's a very good weather to dry. So quality is really a big standard for the Chilean production. The typical time for drying, for harvesting and drying starts in January in the north, but the most big time is February and March. We try to get everything out by the end of April, so we can avoid all the showers and all the rain that we have. As I said, almost all Chilean raisins come from table grapes. Today, less than 40,000 hectares of grapes. 2,700 tons of grapes are used for drying, between 270 and 280, depends on the year and how are the yields and how much is export in fresh. 2025 crop, we still don't know exactly what we have, but it seems like it would be like 63,000 metric tons. And this year we have very good quality because it was good sugar in the grapes, and also we have very good weather to dry. And as I said, more new varieties are being planted, but today, as the business of table grapes has not been so good, that industry has been facing a lot of challenges. Some growers are getting this out of this business and leaving their grapes for racing. So all their farms for 100% of racing. There's not too much people, but it's something that has been changing, and we face it for next year. That in next year we think we will have more volume. So during all the years, the production in terms of metric tons, we have the dark raisins in brown and the goldens in yellow there in the chart. If you can see, it's always in between 55 and 65,000 metric tons, with an average of 63. So regarding what is happening in the table grapes, we have more between 10 and 15% more or less. And in goldens is very the volume is really stable. What has been happening these years in terms of dark raisins, and you can see it's almost like 60,000 metric tons, and prices has been going from 230. Then we went a lot of years and down from $2 per kg. And last year, 2024, we get an increase of price because there was less raisins in the world. And this year, the prices have been up, as all the market can see. But the market is now still a bit quiet because of the big prices that we had in the beginning of the year. So prices for growers have been good, but the market is a bit slow. In terms of, if we compare to last October, we are down like 10% in terms of our shipping. So, and now we see that the market is waiting that prices can come down. In terms of goldens, is between 6,500 metric tons every year. And also as the dark raisins, prices were very stable in the past, and the last 2 years came very fast to be better prices. We don't do too much goldens, but we have these big sizes, the jumbos. We don't do too much mediums in terms of golden raisins. Our markets, our sale distribution for Chile is Europe is the most important. This is 2024 year. Asia has been growing a lot, especially China and the Southeast. Typical North America with a big portion in the US, 11%, and Latin America also is important for us. And Middle East, that has 7%, that is a lot of very dark black raisins, black big raisins. So we have a very good market there, and also some goldens. Take a look of and remember this number of 11% of North America, that because I want to show you a big impact that we have been having this year. Here I can compare the markets 2025, 2024 from January to September, that all the markets are similar, but look what happens with the US market that has gone down for Chile. This is a mixture between of the price that has been in the US for the product, and that usually was very high and higher than we have, but this year is not as high as other years, and the taxes that were imposed that started a few months ago, and this has been an important issue for us. So we have to look to another markets. Also, this availability of new varieties, we have more availability of jumbos than mediums. That also is an issue especially for this market. So we have to put our product in other markets, like China, that is increasing, as I said, and Poland in Europe, and especially Latin America has been good also. But this is a challenge in the US is a challenge market for us. In terms of this export, we have many companies that have low volume, but the top 10 export company have the 75% of the market share. So it's been the industry has been more concentrated in these last years, and 51% of the market is concentrated among only 4 companies, these big 4 companies. So we can do and reorder all the market here in the industry in Chile. We are facing a lot of challenges, and not only for this year and for next year. In terms of grapes, as I told you, the cultivated area has been decreasing, but with the new varieties, we have established with the higher yields, we have established the volume. So finally, we will always have between, I don't know, depends the year, 55 and 65,000 tons. We are expecting for 2025 have a bigger crop, because of two reasons. The weather and all the conditions has been very good. Today we are looking at the north area, very good quality. The grapes are being good, and also some people, as I said, of table grapes, they want to get only into the racing business because of the bad results of the table grapes. So next year, I think we can face a year of a big volume, and we will get in with a bigger volume in terms of stocks of this year, more than the last year that there was between 2,000 or 3,000 metric tons. I think Chile we will have a carryover similar to 10,000 tons. So we will face a challenge in terms of volume. Varieties, each year it's more difficult to source traditional varieties because they have been pulled out and changed for new varieties. But the new varieties are very similar to the Flying Thompson and Crimson, so these are the new types, but it's also a challenge. The sizes with the new varieties, we have more jumbo size than the medium size, and the worldwide consumption is more in mediums, but we have an important market as Europe with the jumbo sizes. As I told you, the US market is very challenged during the pricing. We will see what is happening for the future, because I think it's sit with a low price, and the import taxes. The import taxes for us, and especially also for South Africa, it will be difficult. And this global competition, especially with South Africa, because we are the biggest ones in the southern hemisphere. It will be tough for next years, especially if we don't have the US market that was important for us and also for South Africa. So this is a quick view of what is happening in Chile in terms of summary. Very good crop, a stable crop this year. Good sales in terms of price. Today the market is a bit slow, and we are facing some challenges for more volume next year. So that is what I can tell you today.
Thank you. We got any questions? Sorry, any questions? No? Okay. You must have given us too much information. Thank you very much. We have no questions for you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay. Our next presentation is from Turkey.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ece Türkas, and hello. I think it's better. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ece Türkas. It's a great pleasure to be here on behalf of Asian Dried Fruit Exporters Associations. Okay. Thank you. I think that's okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this great organization, for Chantal and the Raisin SEA. I want to start my presentation with giving key points about Turkey. Turkey is home to more than 1,000 grape varieties, including Vitis vinifera, and this makes us one of the world's major grape genetic centers. And with our highly technological used facilities, strong production capacity, and developed infrastructure, we are the global leader in the production and export of seedless dried grapes. And we export our grapes to more than 130 countries with our export expertise, which is more than 200 years. Now we see the production area since 2015. The green line, I think, shows the total vineyards of Turkey. It's around 400,000 hectares. And these are the cities, major cities for seedless dried grape production. Manisa is at the heart of production with the share of 92% and is supported by the neighboring cities Izmir and Denizli. When we look at the grape production, we see the last decade for 10 years, and the red line represents the grape production total. Despite yearly fluctuations, we have stable production capacity of around 4 million tons of grapes. And the yellow bars, green bars, yellow bars shows the seedless raisin grapes. Its annual volume is around 1.1 and 1.3 million tons. We can say that approximately half of the production comes from table grapes, 1/4 from seedless raisins, and 10% for each from wine grapes and the seeded raisins. When we look at the seedless grapes for drying and planted area, the blue line shows the planting area, which remains stable and shows a slight upward trend over time. But the red line shows annual production, and we see fluctuations from season to season, mainly due to changing climate conditions. And when we look at production and export of seedless dried grapes, we see production rises for the first 3 seasons, then decreased sharply due to weather-related challenges and some diseases. And we see that export follows a similar pattern with the production, moving closely with the production volumes. If weather conditions are favorable, we have the capacity to produce around 300,000 tons of seedless dried grapes and capacity to export most of it. But unfortunately, the weather conditions doesn't allow in some seasons. This chart shows the breakdown of our major export markets. United Kingdom remains our largest destination, followed by Germany, Netherlands, Italy, and France, and the other countries. Now, I'd like to talk about this season. We had a frost damage across several agricultural regions during March and April. The frost affected many fruit growing areas, including vineyards and fruit orchards. And caused significant production losses. For example, our apricot crop was almost completely lost. And following 2 consecutive small crops because of the weather conditions, this season, unfortunately, we had a frost, and our crop dropped by about 30%. But luckily, it doesn't have an impact on the following season's crop, and depending on the weather conditions, we expect production levels to return to normal levels for the next season. Despite frost, we have good crop quality for this season. We expect, of course, smaller crop, 165,000 metric tons. With the beginning stock from the previous season, 40,000 metric tons, we think that our total supply will be around 205,000 metric tons. And at the end of season, we expect to finish our export season with 10,000 ending stock. And now I want to give brief information about what we do as an organization and how we support the sector. We do lots of things. I don't want to talk about all of them, but we do some monitoring activities. We represent our industry at the national and international level. We raise the issues at different platforms. We do some trade promotion activities. And of course, some training and research and development activities to strengthen our industry. Yes, global leadership requires continuous work. So since 2009, we have been carrying out our grape quality and safety project with our agricultural engineers and the team from the other stakeholders. They work at the field. They do annual analysis, monitoring and reporting of production and pesticide residues, preparing reports shared with the ministry and other relevant authorities. And we had lots of meetings to determine strategies tailored for each harvest season. To increase the quality, safety, and compliance with the international standards, we develop and distribute some training materials. We distribute those materials with the help of ministries to growers as a free of charge. This season we had a series of meetings with the stakeholders in Manisa. After those meetings with our board and the stakeholders, we decided to organize a big workshop, broad participated and high-level meeting with the Ministry of Agriculture. And we discussed all the issues in our sector and try to find solutions to our problems. Of course, we try to reach all stakeholders. We brought together plant protection products dealers, and then we brought the members of Dried Grape Technical Committee. There are representatives from our exporters, companies, agricultural engineers, and technical staff, and to discuss the season and what to do for increasing the quality and solve the problems. Of course, we have more than 50,000 growers, so we organized grower meetings and discuss with them the situation of vineyards and the marketing requirements and what we expect from them. These meetings are very important for the value chain. And of course, I want to share these pictures that we had get from Raisin SEA in September. We try to get in contact with all the partners. When we look at the sustainability, of course, it's no longer a choice for all of us. It's a necessity for food industry and value chain. And there's an urgent need for resilient, traceable, and eco-friendly production and export models. So in 2020, we declared the Year of Sustainability as Asian Exporters Associations. We published our manifest and prepared our report. Since that year, we we are preparing our annual reports for sustainability, and we try to work awareness across our sectors for following the developments in this area. And of course, the water management has become increasingly crucial due to growing water scarcity, and we have close relations with Viticulture Research Institute, and they informed us that they had a research on water-saving practices in viticulture. That's just an example on the sustainability matter they did. And I want to say something about organic production and trade. Organic production began in the late 1980s with dried grapes and dried figs in Turkey, with the demand of European importers, mainly from German companies. Since then, organic production and trade have increased steadily, and as Asian Exporters Associations, we are the coordinator for organic export in Turkey, so we do lots of things to develop organic market and of course the production. The BioFA is world's biggest organic fair. We are the national organizer of that fair, and we do some meetings with the stakeholders. In September, we organized a big meeting for the organic sector in Izmir. And at the beginning of this month, we have been invited to share our expertise and the activities with the Chinese partners. That was the second Organic Industry and Product Market Development Conference. So we are trying to reach all partners for the organic sector also. When we look at the national participations to international food exhibitions, we try to promote our products at those big international exhibitions. We are the national organizer of that fairs, so we bring our companies to fairs. China International Import Expo that was held at the beginning of November, BioFA, FoodX Japan, Fancy Food Show, and Natural Product Expo West. We organize some tasting activities and B2B meetings. They are full of activities during those fairs. And I want to talk about international representation and advocacy. We build international affiliations and close relations with international organizations like INC, IFOAM, FRUCOM, Warenverein, to follow global developments and to raise our issues at the international platforms. By joining global meetings and representing our industry, we share information and work together to solve our common problems. And that's the issue that we talked in the morning and yesterday also. We have some global challenges as producer countries. I want to talk about the need for improved regulations on pesticides. As producer countries, we know that the current rules do not adequately address long shelf products like dried grapes. Products produced under the old but legal MRLs may still enter the EU after new limits because of the shelf life, but this situation creates compliance risk beyond operators' control, and this became some trade barriers. When an active substance is withdrawn, an effective alternative must be available. We need availability of alternatives. Without proper substitutes, production and supply chain stability are at risk, and predictability in MRL chains. The current 3 to 6 month transition period is too short for long shelf life crops, and we need sufficient time and predictable timelines to adapt. I just want to share this slide with you because each of us doing some lobbying activities at different platforms, and I think we should raise the common problems at those platforms to be more effective. And at the end of my presentation, I'd like to finish it with this postcard from 1930s that I found this postcard at an exhibition of old Izmir photographs. It shows a young girl tasting Izmir grapes and reflects the deep roots of grapes in our culture and history. In fact, it reminds me that grape bunch is not just a number that contributes to our crop, but a heritage that continues to inspire us. I wish everyone a fruitful conference, and thanks for your listening.
Okay, questions? Anybody got any questions for Izzy? No. Okay, while we're on that, can you go back to your slide on the MRLs? We've got about 10 minutes here, and I was going to bring this up later. And if everybody's happy, I'll still bring it up later. We was talking about this yesterday, and it is a problem, and it was something that we were going to raise in general business a bit later, but if we've got 10 minutes here, I think we can probably get through this. I would like to put forward that the organisation puts a letter together and sends it to the appropriate bodies asking that the MRLs change from a 3 to 6 months to a 16-month, I think was the time that we were talking about it yesterday. We don't know whether we're going to kick a goal, but we won't know unless we try. So if somebody would like to support my idea, we will work on that in between or after the meeting and what have you, and we can put some signatures on it and put it into the EU or something, EU. So is everybody in favour of that? Okay, great. Accepted. Thanks, mate. Okay, next up, US.
Well, thank you, and it's good to be here. I don't know if you have my presentation. I do have it on my computer. Let's see if I can bring it up. Is there an oh, here we go, share. Bear with me, please.
It's already on our screen.
Oh, it is, okay, fantastic.
You just ask for it to go forward when you're ready.
I'm ready. So slide one, first of all, my name is Jeff Smutney. I am the new president of the Raisin Administrative Committee. When I say new, I started 2.5 weeks ago, so please bear with me. If I don't have all the information, feel free to contact me. I'll have my email address for you, and I'm happy to take it sidebar questions at any time. Of course, raisins in California are grown within a 150-kilometer radius of Fresno, California. Fresno is really ground zero for the United States ag industry. Next slide, please.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Monty Schutz. I am chairman of the Raisin Administrative Committee.
Here's a short video from Monty. I'm sure some of you know Monty. I don't know if it's going to play. If
Thanks,
not,
Monty.
We can go to the next slide.
Greetings, everyone.
Okay, so our harvesting methods are changing rapidly. Of course, in previous years, we were at a much higher traditionally hand-harvested crop. That figure is dropping. It's now down to about 25%, maybe even lower as we speak. Mechanical continuous tray harvesting is now up to 30%, And our dried on the vine varieties and trellises systems are up to 45%. I'm sure that will continue to grow in the upcoming years as new varieties come on, and a lot of the 2-ton varieties, the hand-harvested varieties, are going away due to costs, and what we're seeing now is a lot of the higher yield varieties coming online. Next slide, please. Okay, so our acre or our crop estimate for the year comes in at 150,701 tons. That estimate was made a couple of weeks ago, just before harvest or during harvest. We believe that's going to climb a little bit, maybe get into the 155,000 ton area. We did have some rains late in the year, caused some issues with sand, but it wasn't as big of an impact as what we originally thought. We expect to have a carry-in, or we had a carry-in of about 54,000 tons from last year. The government is working with us to alleviate some of those carry-in pressures. We anticipate that carry-in at the end of the year to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 40,000 tons, metric tons, excuse me. Total acreage, as our colleague in Chile was reporting, wine grapes are really being ripped out as we speak. There is such a glut of wine across the globe that we see a lot of those vineyards just being pulled. We don't know what they're going to be transplanted with. We hope they will be transplanted with raisins. In the United States, raisin farmers have gone through, I don't know, it's been an evolution, quite frankly, that dating back to 2009, where many of the vineyards were being pulled due to labor costs and the expansion of almond and tree nuts. And now, due to better varieties, what we're finding is that farmers are now planting more raisins, and they're going with trellises, and they're going with mechanically harvested products. So dried on the vine seems to be the future for the raisin industry, and we'll just see if we get more plantings in the near future. But if you take a look at total acreage, we have 91,342 acres planted in raisin grapes, 120,000 acres in table grapes, and then wine grapes, 590,000 acres for now, that is. And those non-bearing acreages, the 40,000 for wine grapes, we don't expect those to ever bear any fruit. So next slide, please. Thank you. Our crop production, here it is for the past 2 years. As you can see, 2023, we had 140,128 tons. And in 2024, 161,857 tons. The breakdown of naturals, golden, xanthes, and all others are there in the pie chart for you. Our season is from August through July. Next slide, please. So here's production over the years versus sales. As you can see, in 2022, we had a slight shift where our production exceeded sales and thus started our huge carry-ins. In 2023, we did bounce back, but again, we were unable to really alleviate ourselves from what has been a growing problem, which has been the carry-in each year. Thankfully, our government purchases a lot of raisins for our school lunch programs and for food banks, USAID, other food programs, entitlement programs. The federal government's been a big supporter of the raisin industry over the years. We hope that they will alleviate many of the carry-in problems that we're having. We do anticipate it to drop from 60,000 tons to 40,000 tons by the end of this crop year. Next slide, please. Here's a look at our exported domestic sales for the past 2 years. As you can see, it's all primarily bulk, just like all of us, I'm sure. But in 2024, we saw a slight uptick in export sales. So far, the product is coming in good off the vine. The quality is extremely good. We did receive a substantial budget to market our product across the globe. So we anticipate that export figure to climb with this coming year. Our top markets are Asia, primarily Asia, and of course domestically in the United States. I know our Chilean colleague had brought up the fact that domestically tariffs have been imposed on imports coming into the United States. This has had an impact on our strategy a little bit due to the fact that more of our product will need to remain in the United States. But with that carry-in that we had from last year, we anticipate to stabilize our export sales and move those figures up slightly. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here's a few things that we do at the Raisin Administrative Committee. Of course, like your programs, we obtain assessments from our packers and growers based on their volume. And we spend it in a variety or invest it in a variety of different ways, including consumer advertising and social media. We do sampling events, PR campaigns, retail promotions, technical seminars, trade shows and educational events. And I hope to meet you at some of these trade shows if you're there. Trade advertising and social media, of course, we're not so much consumer facing as we are industrial facing and CPG products and those types of things. So we really try and make an extra effort to reach those buyers, those raisin buyers across the globe. Product development contests, I think we have a great product. Natural sugars, of course, and in the United States, we're really going through what is called a Make America Healthy Again movement, where we're trying to eliminate a lot of products with added sugars. So raisins are really positioned properly to take advantage of this movement. And then we do have a volume incentive program that our packers utilize to incentivize their buyers across the globe. Those are some of the things that we're doing. I think we'll start delving more into social media quite a bit. We've seen, amongst other commodities, we've seen consumers embrace social media more and more each year. So we believe that's going to assist us in the consumer arena, especially here domestically. Next slide, please. Just a quick look at our inflation. As you can see, we really took it on the chin in 2021 and 2022. Our inflation levels are starting to drop now. Our input costs are starting to drop, although they still remain very high. But we're happy with the movement down towards what we thought was normal. We're right around 3% for this year. Next slide, please. Just to focus on some of the challenges that we're facing, of course, labor shortages are a big thing. The Trump administration has imposed more of a nationalistic position in regards to immigrants and those that have arrived in the United States undocumented. They're making a big movement to send those folks back to where they came from. And for us, that's really imposed hardship on our growers, because that labor primarily comes from Mexico, and it has had an impact on our ability to harvest at an efficient rate. Water scarcity is a huge thing in the state of California, unfortunately. We're competing against almonds, just a sea of almonds. When you drive down California's beautiful Central Valley, it looks like an ocean of almonds and nut trees, and every now and then you'll see a vineyard. The closer you get to Fresno, you'll see more and more vineyards. We're excited. We would like to host the event in 2027. I know you have been out before, but we're making that offer for the industry to come out and visit us again, and we'd like to host this event, or at least be considered to host this event in 2027. I'd love to show you that ocean of almond trees and nut trees and what we're up against, because we really are up against scarcity of land and scarcity of water. When folks can grow almonds and shake a tree with very little labor versus being out there and having to hand harvest or cut canes or what have you and manage a vineyard, raisin vines, then it makes it very difficult to compete against those commodities. So that is one issue. We've had persistent drought, but this year already we've started with some very good rains. I think that that's going to carry us through for the year, the first half of the year at least. We're very blessed to have rains lately, so that will help us. But California really keeps us from constructing new reservoirs. Environmental concerns are huge in the state of California. And so we've been trying for decades to get new reservoirs to water the food we all eat. And so hopefully there is a proposal to build one new reservoir, the Wright Reservoir. We hope that that will get passed. However, weather is unpredictable in the state of California, and as we realized in October, we had some late rains right during harvest. They were isolated, they weren't broad spread. They hit certain pockets of our production region, causing some minor issues with sand for those raisins that were being hand harvested. I already touched on the competition of other acreage. Although I stated input costs are starting to drop, labor, fuel, fertilizers, water, power, even equipment parts and repairs are costing more. Of course, parts, a lot of that is due to the tariff situation as well. So hopefully those will get mitigated in the near future. And that's really all I have. On the next slide, I do have my email address. I encourage you all to reach out. I'd like to get to know all of you and learn more. I need to learn quite a bit more. As I stated, we'd love to have you out in California in 2027. I don't know if others are up for that, but it would be an honor to host you all out here in the Sunshine State. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, anybody got any questions for Jeff? Okay, Peter.
Jeff, my name is Peter Coleman. I'm a processor here in South Africa. Welcome to the industry. It's a fantastic industry. We've familiar faces we've seen for many years around the table here. So once you're here, you kind of stick around. My question is twofold. One, in the old days, when the American presentation was given, they used to talk about the carryover being so big, but that's normal, they said. They said there's a 3-month sweat box carryover that is built into the system. And I noticed that you talk with great concern about the carryover, but no mention is made of the normal 3-month sweat box period that was provided. That's one. Two, the crop in California used to be 300,000 tons a year, and it was consistently large. And now we're concerned about a lower production, yes, but the biggest concern, again, the carryover, has there been a drop in consumption by the consumers of raisins in the United States?
Yeah, Peter, thank you, and thank you for the welcome. And again, yeah, I look forward to learning more and meeting all of you. First, let's touch on the carryover situation. Yeah, we were producing 300,000 tons at the time. I was in the stone fruit industry, and we were a part of it as well because stone fruit isn't mechanically harvested. And everyone switched to almonds. So during that time, 2009, 2010, 2011, almonds kept growing and growing and growing. And right now, well, back then, what was being pulled were those high labor intensive crops, and raisins being one of them, because that was really prior to the farmers embracing DOV vines. And so that carry-in was probably, you know, normal. Yes, I would say normal, but at a 300,000 ton crop, that probably is fairly normal. For us now, when we have a lot less acreage, and we're producing anywhere from, you know, 160,000 to, you know, 185,000 metric tons a year. I wouldn't say it's less consumer demand. I think we were just kind of pushed out of the California Central Valley based on other higher producing crops and less labor intensive crops. So from that perspective, you know, we hope to bring it back, and we're starting to see that because of the new varieties that are getting, you know, 5 tons or more to the acre. That will help with some of the volume. I think this disruption in the wine business, we're seeing vineyards just completely pulled, and we're not talking about just your low-priced, low-quality wine vineyards. We're talking about premium Napa Valley vineyards being pulled. Now, granted, we're not going to be growing raisins in the Napa Valley, but it gives you some idea of if premiums are being pulled, then certainly those in the California Central Valley near Fresno are. And there's a good opportunity for those to be transplanted with these higher yielding grapes that require less labor. So we're very encouraged by that. As far as the carry-in, though, is concerned, that is one beautiful thing about raisins, is they are a storable, delicious snack, and our government does purchase quite a bit of raisins from us, and we hope to have that carry-in alleviated. In reality, I think we need about a 15 to 20,000 ton carry-in to carry us over from season to season. So we're getting close. We were going to 60. I think we're going to get to about 40 this coming year, and hopefully we can get it down to 20. But I think we're selling just about everything else, so I'm not too concerned with consumer demand. Of course, the biggest player here in the United States is Sun-Made Raisin, the cooperative, and they have introduced a lot of new snacking SKUs for domestically here. I'm not sure they're being shared internationally quite yet. I saw a presentation of theirs last week, and just very excited with what they're doing with the raisins. I mean, it's close to 120-year-old company, and they still have raisins at their core, and they're really turning it into a very impressive, healthy snacking company. So I think the future's quite bright.
Hello, this is Osman from Turkey.
Hi, Oz.
Thank you for the invitation for 2027, but in between we have 2026 within Europe, and would like to see you there. I remember the days when you had 300,000 plus production. Your local sales were about 180,000 ton. So now you only go 155,000 ton of crop. So I understand that the local consumption during the years really dropped. I also understand that the Sunmade is doing their best to keep the local consumption to increase or to make it higher. But the reality is the consumption in the UK, in the United States, is going down. Or are you importing any fruit from other countries? We don't see that in your numbers. Do you import fruit from other origins to United States? That's my question.
That's a great question, Oz, and yes, we do. We do import some. I'd say roughly 36,000 tons. I've seen it as high as 48,000 tons importing coming in. Now this year it's dropped to almost zero due to the tariffs. The tariffs are 30%, I believe, on South Africa and Chile. And so from that perspective, that drops the economics on their exports into our country by quite a bit, as our Chilean colleague had stated, that they're looking to take that volume and move it elsewhere. So we have to pick up that consumption somehow. I mean, that product is coming here to be consumed here, to be used in products here, and so if you take 30,000 tons, what was going export is now staying in the United States. So that's a big component of the movement. Last year we did, and the federal government purchases, let's see, they do purchase about 30,000 tons a year from us. This year and last year we made a push with the federal government to purchase more to alleviate the carryover issue that we were having, because it just kept growing and growing and growing, not all in one year. It took some time, but they did commit to a certain level, but they only came in with less than half of that level because of the transition with political administration and whatnot. So that caused a little bit of a disruption. We do have meetings with them scheduled to pick up more, because they do understand there is a carry-in issue. So once they do pick up they said more, so hopefully we'll get an increase. Once we do that, I think we'll be in a lot better position. As far as overall consumption in the United States, I don't know. I don't think it's weakening. If it is, at a small pace. But I'd be happy to try and get that information for you and get it out to you, get a more defined answer for you.
Are you still there, Jeff? The quick question I have for you, and I don't know whether you can actually tell us the price, but which way do you feel that it might be heading? Or do you think it's heading any way at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have enough experience to really speak on price at this point in time. I can say this, I was at a big ag expo here in Fresno on Friday, and we had a growers organization get up and mention that, you know, their pricing is close to a record price for raisins here in the United States. And then right after that, Sunmade came out with their presentation and said we should be asking for more. So to me, that states that maybe Sunmade believes they don't have enough raisins and that they need more raisins and are willing to pay more for raisins. Maybe that's Sunmade trying to lure raisin growers into their co-op. Who knows on that? It could be just a political ploy. But I think price has been fairly good. I think we all need to find something that doesn't have, you know, we shouldn't either be on the top of Mount Everest or at the bottom of Death Valley. We need to have stabilized pricing, really, I believe, to keep all parties happy. And raisin growers work so very hard, and they should earn a sustainable wage for what they do, a profitable wage for what they do, just like the packers should. And so I think we're starting to see a little bit of that, especially with the newer varieties. The tonnage is going to, gone are the days of the 20-acre raisin grower here in the Central Valley. So when a packer comes after a grower's volume, a crop, they're going after bigger chunks and bigger chunks. So I think we don't have a lot of smaller growers like some of the countries have. It's turned into more of a commercial industry. But I hope prices continue to go up. Absolutely. If you have the secret to that, let me know.
At least you didn't say they were going down, so that makes me happy. No worries, thank you, and hopefully we catch up with you next year, somewhere wherever we end up, and if not, the year after,
Absolutely.
hopefully in California. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we are up to South Africa.
Is hy duidelik genoeg? Okay, can you hear me? So it's off. Is it nog off? It's off.
I can hear you here in the U.S.
Let's try again. Okay, there's it. Thank you. Okay, then Chantal, thank you for the opportunity to present to you on South Africa. So I have made also an arrangement with David and with Van Zyl. So if you have any questions afterwards that you have that specifically more technical, then they will answer that. And maybe we can do that then. So First of all, just maybe quickly, you can continue, Chantal. Where's this thing? Yeah. Just to, who are we? Who are Raisin South Africa? We represent 773 producers that contribute a statutory levy. We have a statutory levy of about 22.4 cents per kilogram. Now that is, in terms of the turnover, that's about 23 million rand. And what our budget in terms of raisins is about 0.6% of that turnover. And that is the services that we render for our producers and packers. So our production for this year, 2025, the deliveries was ended up about 100,871 tons. And our estimated cross producer value, if you take an average price and you multiply that with the tonnages, is about 3.5 billion rand. And taking the exchange rate into consideration, is about $200 million US dollars. And in terms of the producer, average producer is about 130 tons per producer. And our average, in terms of yield, is 6.5 tons per hectare per producer. Now, in the Olifants River region, that is a little bit higher. So when we go to then, what are we doing? So first of all, in terms of good corporate governance, we have as an administration to effectively administrate the levy to the benefit of our industry, and our total budget of that's about 9% going into that. Then we have to tell the story of raisins and promote it locally and abroad. So in terms of our strategy, export strategy, promotion, generic promotion abroad, that's about 30% of our budget. Then we do through the Vine Academy, where you are at, and where you're going to visit some of the projects also later today. It's about, capable research drives the international competitiveness of the raisin industry. And we also contribute about 30% of our budget for that. And then we spend 20% of our statutory levy on the development of new producers, transformation, and about 10% that we provide information critical for the efficient functioning of the free market. So what's interesting for me is also to see the structures that you have in place in other parts of the world, where you don't have these statutory measures always. Some of you are dependent on the government support. We don't have that support. We don't have any government support. So we have to fund everything that we do from our industry. So then the next key economic considerations. I think sometimes we take our economy for granted. And if you listen to the challenges that some of you have, if we take the challenges that you have in your parts of the world, I think we can appreciate in South Africa that we have a more stable economic environment. So South Africa enters 2025-26 with low but positive growth. We don't have high growth. Inflation drifting to a new 3% target, which the Reserve Bank also lowers down from 4.5% to 3%. And then the start to an interest rate cutting cycle, which is good for us. And the first sovereign rating upgrade in 2 decades, which is a very positive sign. Now, if you look at the sovereign rating upgrades, if you compare that over the time, over the medium term, and you track that with the interest rates and the exchange rate, you can see how the exchange rates follow. As the ratings improved, the exchange rate also strengthened. Now, so our South African foreign currency long-term credit rating improved to BB from BB minus, and our local currency rating to BB plus from BB. Now that is important for exports and also important for packers, and in terms of the interest rates for our producers. Now, what we expect for in this week, the Monetary Committee will decide. We expect a 25 basis repo rate cut. Then for 2026, another 50 basis points. And then for 2027, 25 basis points. And that's all getting back to just give you the atmosphere of our economy, which is actually very positive for us in South Africa. Now, some economic indicators you will see for compared to 2025, our South African GDP, our growth for next year's economic growth is expecting to increase from 1.3 to 1.8%. Our consumer price inflation also increased from 3.3% to 3.9%. It's not a huge increase, but it's there. Then our repo rate, interest rates, we expect it will decline, continue from 7.75% in 2024 to 6.75% 2025, and then further to 6.25%. Now, our CPI food inflation, we expect it to increase to 4.5, from 4.5 to 5%, and then the Brent dollar per barrel price, $7 per barrel to no, that is not, that's 7. That number is wrong. It's 70. It should be 70 to 67.6. And then the US dollar, the strengthening of the rand towards the US dollar, this is the average for 17.91 rand, and going forward it can strengthen to 16.63 rand. Now, for a producer's pocket, that is not very good news on the output side, because it can put our export prices under pressure, but on the import side, the chemicals and all these inputs should be benefited by that. Now, just a quick recent developments in South Africa, our economic overview. So the US tariff relief for South African farmers, we saw recently this week an announcement where the US decided in terms of what they are dependent on in from the world. They decided to, on those products like fruit juices and oranges that they don't have a lot in the US that they need to import, they are dependent on, they will lower that to a 0% tariff. But for South Africa, for raisins, it's not the case, simply because they import less than 10% raisins, and it's not a big deal for them. So we, in terms of our negotiations, that's the second phase, ongoing negotiations with the US, we hope for at least about 15%. 10% would be ideal, 0 perfect, but that's unfortunately where we are. Previously, under the AGOA Act, we didn't have that kind of import duties. Now, what is also positive for us is this relief that we see in the future, the inland dry port logistics, Hapa Durban, that they plan in Zimbi. It's about 500 hectares, and it will improve our logistics. Even if it's in Durban, it will improve our overall logistics for South Africa. This focus on the medium-term budget for structural reforms with ports and transport, we really see some privatization and things going on, which is hopeful. Trade protocol with China and stone fruit last week, this month, it just shows us how important it is also for us in terms of the diversification of markets, especially now with the uncertainty. And then this South African-Brazil cooperation, deepen our global ties also with other BRICS countries. And then what the President Ramaphosa reaffirms, despite this G20 row with the US, that we reaffirms our US trade ties and commitment, so we will go full out for that. And then in terms of our 2024 South African agri-exports, we hit a record of $13.7 billion. It's 3% up, and raisins make a contribution to that. So that is also a new for us, as is our record production this year in terms of the deliveries that we reached just more than 100,000 tons. Now, our economic growth outlook remain weak, and that will impact maybe this infrastructure reforms, but our growth forecast is about 1.3% for 2025, going to 1.8% in 2026. And then job creation, which is also important, is we saw in the third quarter that 248,000 jobs. Now, why is this important? Because remember, when we reach 5% economic growth, you start to actually create jobs. And this is also important for us. And then we have this G20 summit in Johannesburg that focus on trade and industrialization, that focus, and we have an expectation that something from that will also come out to support our economy. So going forward then, now I have the same problem. Can you just... Okay, now strategic considerations for us. So for South Africa, what we need to do is we need to diversify our markets to become more important. It will become more important with trade frictions with the US tariffs and the global uncertainty still present. So the witnessed growth via the new trade hubs in Asia is encouraging to see. It's small, but it's encouraging. So we look into those markets. The logistics and infrastructure as said, that is also something that we focus on, that we need to work through ACBIS together with them. Then value-added export matter, and that is for us important. If we want to promote our products, we need to differentiate it, and we need to focus on that value-added exports, and our risk environment remain. So we still have to deal with sluggish domestic growth, global trade uncertainty, and bottlenecks in the logistics side. But we work on that. So what we need to do is we need to monitor these tariffs, port congestion, export protocols, market verification, and this currency volatility. Okay, so to get into the South African dried fruit wine production, I think this is important just to get an indication of where our economy is compared to yours. And then the area under production. I'm going to look at the laptop because that is a little bit skewed for me. So you can see the total raisin hectares is it's about 15,500 hectares in South Africa. This is our main region, the Northern Cape, with about 13,200 hectares, and the Western Cape region with almost 2,100 hectares. Now, the production in this area, we are about somewhere here. So the production is 81,000 tons, 81,400 tons, 81,400,000 tons, and then the production in the Western Cape is 17,450 tons. Then we have some imports from Namibia and other, yes. Okay. So if you look in terms of the historic growth in production, that is now from let me just go here, sorry. If you have mails coming through on your laptop, then it's a problem. Okay, let me continue. I can't see on the laptop. So that is you can see where we are at the moment, 2025, the 100,871 tons of deliveries compared to the previous year, 2024, which is 96,444. And this is a 2023 year that we experienced those low production. Now, in terms of this trend going forward, having these discussions with the Wine Academy, with Stefan, he will explain to you how, if everything goes to plan and it works well out for us, we will continue with this trend. Now, our next for 2026 and what we put in for the supply and demand tables in terms of the production that we estimate, we're very conservative. We put in a number of 106,000 tons. Last year, in 2024, our crop estimate was 104,000 tons, and what we realized is, in terms of the deliveries, was 100,100 tons, and it is also due to rains that we had earlier this year. If everything goes well, we should harvest the crop a little bit more than 106,000 tons. And when we get to the supply and demand, I didn't give any supply and demand numbers in this presentation, but we will share it with you now in the session afterwards. Okay, going forward, this is now, you can see our raisin production. The raisin production in 2020 from 2020 to 2025. This is a Thompson seedless production. You can see how it steadily increased. The second biggest crop is golden raisins. And then specifically in 2024, you can see how the South African SA Sultana, how this increased. The black is table grapes, and these blues then flame, and there's the currants, and eventually the OR product that we have. What I've done, just to give you an indication of the rainfall in this area, you remember that some of our previous speakers said that our rain, David said that our water comes about 800 kilometers from here. So our rainfall, that's a rainfall on the right-hand side. You can see it's about 250 to 300 millimeters is the rainfall itself here. And that is the production, the raisin production on the left-hand side. Now, the red line, I've bring in this red line. That is a weather station on Canon Island, just to give you an indication of the variability of rainfall. And this is actually for us, in harvest time, this is a risk. Now you can see what the production was, how low the production was in 2023, and this is the Canon Island rainfall. But Stefan will immediately tell you, you can't just go according to this. This is a broad area. I just want to give you an indication of the rainfall. It's not representative of the total area. Okay, then our total raisins for 2024 and 2023. The 2024 number is given. You can see how this is the monthly from January to October. That is the number. That red one was for 2024. The monthly numbers, how it increased, it picked up in October and then it came down. That is the 2023, the previous year before 2024. How that deliveries took place with the different crops, the different products. You can see it's currants, flame, goldens, Sultana, SA Sultana, Thompsons. And this is the columns is the present year compared to the previous years. In terms of the product composition, for 2025, Thompsons, we delivered 57% of our total deliveries was Thompson, 13% Goldens, Flame was 6%, SA Sultana 10%, Our Sultana 3%, and then Currants 4%, and other. So you can see the variety of product that we have, that we also offer to the global market. And then our cultivar census for 2025, Mobile seedless about 44%, Sultana seedless 70%, Selma Pit 18%, Flame seedless 4%, Sucra 39, 5%, Currants 4%, then there's a couple of others. In terms of exports for 2025, that is now from January to October, October, November. The majority of our exports, as you can see, goes to the EU, 58%. Next, it's the UK, 11.94%. Then North America, 11.64%. And then you have the South African domestic consumption, 11.14%. Then to the Middle East, there's 3.38%. Far East is about 1.1%, very small. Oceania, 1.62%. And then you have South America, 0.65%, which is the smallest. And then Africa as well is 0.65%. Africa's exports decline quite considerably. Now just to in terms of more detail, the comparison of the exports year to date for January to October, if you compare the 2024 and 2025 exports, so Africa decreased significantly from the 1.5 million tons, 1,500 tons to 430,000 tons, a 260% decrease. This is quite a decline. Europe increased by 13%. The Far East Asia, 9% increase. Then you have North America. The total North America declined considerably. Oceania is 25% less And then South Africa domestic 2% increase, South America is 6% less, United Kingdom's 5% up. And in terms of the total, up to now, year on year, is now we are 7% lower compared to the previous year, year to date. So for 2024 year to date to for 2024, 2025, we are 7% in terms of our rate of exports is a bit slower. Now, our crop outlook for 2025, 2026, the crop that we are busy now, and this is important for us in terms of especially for the weather. So if we look in terms of that production that we expect, 106,000 tons plus, if everything went well, it could be more than 106,000 tons, but we are a little bit conservative, and we're going to look at that now. So we received above average cold units accumulation during the winter of 2025, which is favorable for our expected higher yields. But we also expect rain on several locations in October, November in the Northern Cape, or there were rain. And there's a forecast for rain in December, but fortunately then also drier conditions for the harvesting and drying period in February and March. And that is when we decide what to produce in terms of the product. But we also have this risk for flooding during November and December with the high levels of rainfall in the northwest Free State provinces due to above average rainfall in the catchment areas of the Orange River. We already saw that during April, May, we had a flood. And if you compare that at that time, normal levels, 1.5 meter, yet the Uppington Bridge was about just beneath the average. Uppington Bridge 6.6, 7.6 meters. Now, okay. Sorry, okay, then maybe just something, one last thing. I just want to tell you something about the Wine Academy and Model Farm. Now, Stefan, maybe just stand up, Stefan, just quickly let everybody see you. So Stefan is Stefan's our CEO at the Wine Academy. The Wine Academy was established the previous, until 2024, the Wine Academy was still part of Raisins. It is separately managed now by Stefan, making a great job of it. So the Wine Academy Model Farm is an academic institution with a capacity of about 60 students, and they offers a value chain of qualifications in viticulture in collaboration with Raisins SA and industry partners. And then just maybe to focus on the pillars. Now Stefan will tell you, I'm doing actually Stefan's presentation now, but in terms of the academy, the capacity of 60 students, this business development support services that they also offer. In terms of the production, this is actually a farm that Stefan is running here. And then the research and development and innovation together with Abram and his team and Dr. Daniels. We do some research and you're going to see that tomorrow. And then in terms of the hospitality, these kind of functions that we have here today, and then also in terms of hospitality for the students, etc. So this is a very short, concise summary of something much bigger than that, but you will witness this in the next 2 days. So that is from my side. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, questions? All perfect. Okay, thank you, Vessel.
I just want to mention one thing. So you will see when you visit David, and in terms of the importance of solar, so we witnessed for the past 9-10 years electricity tariff increases by about 9% per year on average. So that is why we also going solar, and that's why it's so important for us. And the other thing that we have also a challenge is in terms of the availability of water, because of the Highland Water Scheme, where we compete with the urban areas, and that's also something that we discuss with government. Just maybe those two challenges also highlight. Thank you.
Okay, we have a 15-minute break, and then we're on the home run. Not listening. Okay. Our next one is our production and marketing statistics. There's a few columns here that's got no numbers in them. No. Hang on. I think we need someone. Oh yeah, we've got it open. I can't see that. Okay, who have we got up there that we haven't got? There's Pakistan. Osman, got any guesses? 40,000 tonne in which column, mate? Estimate physical stock? Sorry, I can't hear you. So who's putting the numbers?
Yes.
No, it was the... Okay.
İş piyasa nedir?
It's not there yet.
Sorabilirdim yani.
We can...
Okay?
Okay. Osman.
Yes.
I think we're right. Ah, we were. We did have it. It left again. Okay.
Okay.
You all right? So we want to go to Uzbekistan, which is number 10.
Yeah, I would say the beginning is 5,000 ton stock.
So sorry,
No. What's that?
wait a minute. We're doing Uzbekistan, aren't we? This one here?
Yeah,
Number
yeah.
10?
Line number 10.
Yep, number 10.
Yes, that's it.
Oh,
5,000 ton physical stock.
5,000 tonne in the first one? No, we're doing up Pakistan. Yeah, however. The other ones we haven't got there.
And then 40,000 ton crop.
So that's the next one?
Total estimated is 4 to 5,000 ton. That's right. Domestic sales, which is including neighborhood countries, which we don't know, 20,000 ton. Exports, 20,000 ton. And 5,000 ton carryover.
Okay. The next one is China.
You got the numbers there?
Sorry?
You got the numbers?
Yeah,
for
I'm just
China.
not quite sure. You'll have to tell me where they go. It's 85,000 tonne. I don't know, we'll run estimated physical stock at the end of the crop. At the end of that, is there supposed to be anything?
5,000. 5,000 it was.
Yeah, okay. The next one, China. Where does the 85,000 go in brown fruit?
That 85,000 was
Brown fruit?
brown fruits.
Yes.
Yes.
So
the production is 85,000, so it should go there, isn't it? About the physical stock,
Yeah.
we probably don't know, yeah. We
Okay.
can say for the physical stock, 10,000.
Second line, 85,000. Yep. China. Total amounts available for marketing?
Yeah, but for that, we have to put something like 10,000 ton carryover in the beginning, so total marketing will be 95.
95,000 there.
Yeah, but yeah, in front, we have to have 10,000 there.
The first column.
First column. Okay. So, the domestic sales are much more than what it used to be. We can say 55,000 ton domestic sales. And 20,000, 25,000 ton exports, 25,000.
25,000.
So we are left with 15,000 ton, isn't it? Yes, 15,000 ton carryover. Also 15,000. That's okay.
Osman, same there.
15 again, yes.
So 15 in the last one as well?
Yeah. Where are you going?
Okay. So that's fine. Australia, we did ours. Oh, now we got this one.
Chile, I can't remember the numbers he mentioned. What did he mention?
Did anybody write down what Chile thought they'd done?
In his presentation? He must have got it.
Yeah, 65,000
Okay.
is the number he said. No, not carry. It should be the sec. So.
Sure.
They're saying they got none in there on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we put 5,000 there?
Put 5,000, please. Yep.
And 65 was it?
65 for this one. Sales. We normally don't have Pakistan in there.
So that will be 70, isn't it? I'm mixing up the columns.
Yep. 70. Domestic sales.
Did he mention anything in his
Yeah, he
presentation? I don't know.
Not much. No. 5,000 tonne? 5,000 tonne. 5,000 tonne domestic sales. This is like an auction, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 5,000 in the next one. Chile.
Argentinian friends, you should have some idea about Chile. He said 63, then we make 63.
Yeah. Oh, well, I said 65, that's... In export. Here. So 63,000 there. Is that the right place? 63, okay. Export sales? Sorry?
Export this year 63,000
Yep.
tons, and they have 10,000 tons carryover.
Export 63,000 tonne. Carryover was 10,000 tonne. So where does carryover go? Surplus stock? Yep. That look all right, Osman?
Well, in order to have that, we have to have beginning stocks much little bit higher, 3,000 ton higher. Eh?
Which, the first one?
Yeah, but otherwise that doesn't add up.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we'll correct it. It's after. Okay, we will correct. So if we're saying that the plan.
Sorry, Christian, how are we going here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The first numbers, the carry in is 2,000 tons, not 5,000 tons.
Yes. Estimated production southern hemisphere, was it 63,000 tonne you touched on?
Yes, 65,000 tons. That's correct. Then the domestic market is 3,000 tons, not more than that.
Domestic market is 3,000, so that makes it 70,000 tonne. Domestic sales?
Yeah, the domestic sales are 3.
64.
And I think this year we will do like 57 in terms of sales, exports.
Yep.
So we will estimate a carryover of 5,000 tons for next year when we start the crop.
59 in the export. Is that what you're saying?
In the export, 57. So we have 7,000 tons of carryover.
Chantel? 7,000 tonnes carryover?
Yeah, that is 57, not 59. The export sales, 57, that's correct.
Okay.
End of the 7,000 there.
Hit 7 here. Sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, we happy with that? This is about as much fun as we normally have doing this. Okay.
Yeah, that is what we, okay.
Surplus stocks should be 7,000.
Yep.
It doesn't add otherwise. No, it's corrected. Yes, it adds up.
Okay. The next one is South Africa. I can only take it that that's correct. Who's that for? For Chile. Estimated physical stock at the end of the season for Chile.
Yeah, that is 7,000 tons, as I said.
Two?
7,000.
Okay. South Africa is done. All the totals are there. Then we go down to the Goldens and the Currants. Greece, we got that info today. So they've got their numbers in there. Iran, Osman, they're pretty correct. Iran numbers?
Iran?
Yep.
I was told they were going to send a letter to the conference and give all the numbers. That's what she told me, yeah? Iran was going to send, she said,
There's numbers up the top for Iran. It's 20, 120, 140, 50, 90, 70, 90.
yeah? Yeah, but are these numbers from Iran? Yes?
Yes.
What can I say?
Yes.
They know it much better than me.
No, that's right. Okay, I was actually, to be honest, I was looking at
India
Iran down the
says the
bottom.
numbers are not correct.
Indian numbers aren't correct? India, please, Chantel. Up the top, I take it. Yeah, here. $135. Where would you like that? Okay, thank you. So we're happy enough with that part of the chart? Anybody see any issues, anything that's not correct? Okay, Chantel, down to the next one before we change our mind. Okay, Greece, the currents. He spoke of them before. Iran, those numbers come from Iran. Turkey. Goldens and currants. Okay, go down to China, mate. They had 70,000 yellows Goldens. 70,000. No, sorry, no, down to China. Yes. And that was what they had there, 70,000 they said they got. 31st of the 8th. Yeah, that'd be the same crop. Estimated available for marketing, I take it would be 70,000 a tonne. We'll check. I know that's the right number, I'm just not sure.
So you put China as 70?
Well, that's what they said, 70,000 yellows and 85.
Yes. So we put it there as 70.
I'd find it hard.
All right?
Yep. So that's the right spot for the 70?
Yeah.
Anything else comes across?
Actually, it's not really physical stock, it's production of 25. That's it. So available is 70,000.
Available is 70, the next
70,
one?
again 70.
Yep, number.
And it doesn't say anything about consumption, but it's all consumed locally, so.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a column for local consumption here.
No.
That's what I'm saying, yeah? Like Iran has 43,000, where does it go? The golden raisins, we don't know. This chart has the production of goldens or green raisins and currants, but doesn't give any information about the sales of this. Is it local, export?
But this would be...
This has been like this last 20 years, 30 years. We can keep it as it is.
Okay. Next time we'll change it now that we know.
Yeah, before we arrive here.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the same one we've had always, or for as long as I know.
Yeah, because here the numbers don't add up. Like,
Okay, so Greece done, Iran done, Turkey. Have you got goldens or currants?
no, nothing.
Nothing, okay. As Pakistan, they have nothing?
No.
Nope. Argentina, you don't have anything there? Australia, we put our whole 250 crop, 2,205. South Africa's got theirs in. Sorry. Has anybody got anything wrong with any of those figures? Going. Okay, done. That's our figures. We'll make them add up. Okay, let's keep moving along. Guest speaker. Should be next. Are you going to introduce...
Ja, ik ga niet onder.
Chair, thank you. So I would like to introduce Nico Hawkins. Nico is an old colleague from Grain SA, and he was a general manager from the South African Grain Information Service. And the purpose of this discussion is when we would like to have a global dashboard on stock levels on a monthly or quarterly basis, maybe more frequent information. What we need to have is to have everybody's input. So in the end, if we can agree that we can have that kind of system, then we need to have 9 countries buy in to do that. And maybe we can work on that for the next year in a committee. Maybe just in principle to get that commitment. But I think what is important is why I invited Nico, is Nico will tell us about the value of just the physical stock levels as data and how that is reported, how SAGE has reported it in terms of the principles, and he will give us an idea of where to strive for. So it's only physical data. The information that is coming later. So Nico, thank you for coming, and doing this presentation for us. And I would like, you can also, if you choose it to be an interactive session, then as we go on, people can ask questions. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. van der Merwe, and ladies and gentlemen. I just want to put my bona fides on the table. I'm a retired agricultural economist, and I know nothing about the raisins industry. So if you ask me anything about the raisins industries, I'm going to confuse you. But as Wessel said, I'm not going to give you an exact a spreadsheet what you can use, but I'm going to try and show you our experience in other commodities, specifically in South Africa nationally, and then also internationally. And the raisins industry is not the grain industries, it's not the oilseeds industries, but the principle should be the same. Just to start off, there's one, okay, there's important of data and information. And I'm not going to give you a lecture because most of you will know this, but why is in data and information, and specifically for South Africa, it's because we are slam bang in a free market environment. And then we need information on the supply and demand for that market to operate efficiently in South Africa and also in the world. So in 1994, the government in South Africa, you have heard it before, decided that government is going to close all the boards. That was a statutory environment for all marketing in South Africa. And that was for, I think it was 27 commodities at that stage, if I remember correctly. But what happened then, specifically the whole industry was then slam bang in the free market. And specifically, or mainly the farmers, of which there are thousands in the grain industry, know nothing about this environment. And it was my job, because I worked for the farmers in the farmers organizations, to try and help them to get more confidence to use the free market and to market their products in the free market. Now, it is very important for business decisions. As you know, you need the information for your business decisions. And you need local information, of national information, and then you need international information. And then also for policy decisions. You see what the current president of the United States did? He by, I don't know who gave him that information, he decided on a lot of commodities that he's going to take policy decisions and he's going to put tariffs on that commodities, because he said he wants to give the local farmers and the local industries a better position. Now, okay, if you don't have that information, how could you do a decision? Now, okay, users of the data information, that's our RSA experience, is primary producers. And what did they use it for? What to plant? And it's not only in the commodity that they plant now. If there's other opportunities for them, you hear it now that the farmers move from table grapes to raisins to whatever. So you need information if a farmer wants to know what to plant. The input management, how much to plant, when to market and how much, what prices can they expect it. If there's a shortage in the world, let's start over. If there's a shortage in the local market, you tend to go into import parity. So what is the lowest price that the processors or whatever can then import, and they don't want to accept a less price than what the import parity is. If there's a surplus in your instances, you get the world market prices. What is the export parity? Okay, traders and processors, the availability of the local product. If you traders don't know what is available, and you just put that out on the screen just now, but sorry for me to tell you is, I'm not 100% sure that that information is 100% correct. So, but I'm not saying South Africa's information is not 100% correct, but you need, in my mind, a more formulated, a more formal methodology or a structure to get your information. What to import and export? You hear now the Americans said they will have to import if they want the same for their local consumption. But if there's no information available, how much do they want to import and where can they import from? It's easy to say, yeah, but the Chileans or whoever, they're usually in the export market, but do they know how much they have for exports? And then the policy makers, trade agreements, Mr. Trump issues. Food security is a very important one in South Africa, and you also hear the Americans said they use it for kind of food security in their school programs, etc. And if they don't have enough, what are they going to do? And then the development of new farmers. If you want to grow, you have to develop new farmers. Okay, the life cycle of information, and this is what we did in 1994. We came together as an industry, and that's all the role players in the industry. Even the representatives of the labor industries, everybody comes together and they say, okay, the boards won't give you any information anymore, but what information can we combine in South Africa not to give away the individual role players' market information or the intelligence in South Africa? So we started to form a info body in 1994, and you can work out how long it's now, close to 30, 40 years, that info body was put into place. Now, that body's main purpose is data. And it's that's facts and figures which rely something specific. That's where Wessel came in with his, if you take a year, what is the opening stock? What is the production? What is available for marketing? What is the imports? What is then the total supply in a specific country? And then on the demand side, you get what is the local consumption, and then what is available for exports. And then you can go back to the traders, etc. If there's available for exports, they can make their business decisions so they can start working on exports. And if there's not enough, especially in staples, if there's not enough, they must decide quickly to import, or else there's a food shortage in a specific country. And I say again, in South Africa, Wessel also said that government is not involved in anything. The free market have to sort this whole thing out. And the next layer is information. That's data, that's information. Now, the info body can also, if you want to put such an info body on the table, can also be in that category. And also then you start with the end users. The end users is anybody, not only traders or not only processors, it can be anybody, farmers, etc. They are also they contextualize that data, they categorize that data, they calculate and condense that data to do what? The users of the information. Without this, you cannot get there. You cannot create your own intelligence, your know-how, your understanding, experience, your insight and contextualized information. But, as I said that info body, or on an international and a national scale, mustn't go there because that's business information. That's intelligence, that's what every businessman can create, and where these opportunities will be, etc. Now, the quality of data and information, now that's very, very if you want such a system, an information system, that information must have integrity. And what I mean by integrity, it must be correct and 100% complete. If you look now at that table you just found, if one of them say, okay, our production is now 500,000 tons instead of 100,000 tons, what is the and that data is not correct and 100% complete. The users of this data would say, oh, that country got a lot of production, so we can have a look at them and we must see, are they going to drive prices down, etc. So that information must be correct and 100% complete. No info is better than wrong info. If you cannot get information with integrity, it's better for a user or for anybody to build intelligence, what you must do in the marketplace, to have no info than wrong info. And that must be in time to be useful. It doesn't help to get the information. And so now from there, when the marketing, you get, and yes, based leave this thing out. Okay, there you are again. All right, time periods, production versus marketing years. And then time frames. Everybody must be happy with the preset times for submitting info. So everybody, if you say in our industry, the information of the previous month must be submitted before the 15th of the next month, then it must be there. It doesn't help you get only half of the information, and then you cannot publish that as a provider of that information. And very important, all the role players must have equal access. They must not be friends. So if the body that's doing this information, in our industries that I worked for, as they publish it, there are some of you who know the USDA's figures, the supply, the so-called World Agricultural Marketing Information Systems of the USDA. And we publish it, say, on a specific preset date at 12 o'clock that day. So everybody must know what is that all that equal access. And now what kind of information is then now necessary? And you've gone through that now. It's national and international. And we started with a crop estimate. And in South Africa, it's quite interesting. That's the only role that government is playing. They got a committee that do the crop estimates for South Africa. They got a crop estimates committee, and no role player in the industry is allowed to be on that committee, because they don't want role players to have information that other role players don't get, and they publish also that information. And they did that starting at a specific date in the beginning of the production season. They do it for 5 or 6 months. And then they got a final production estimate, but that's on the field, that's on the land. That's not what is going into the market. They say, all right, this is what we think the potential crop in South Africa is. And then the actual information in hindsight, this is South African Grain Information Service, but we also do it on a monthly basis. You put the crop estimate on top, and you can decide what you think about that crop estimates. Over time, you know exactly in a specific commodity that 5% will stay on the farms for their own pigs and for their own cows, etc., and that 95% of that crop. And there's also at least a couple of percentage points difference between the actual crop and what you finally get, because a crop estimate is a crop estimate. It's not easy to estimate it 100% correct. But the SAGES, or the actual information in hindsight, is what happened on a weekly or a monthly basis. Now in South Africa, starting off the delivery season of these commodities, they are compulsory to give that information to that body, that Grain Information Services. And it's by law. You got a statutory measure, it's by law, they have to give it, and that information is combined in a system, and it's published on a weekly basis. And then furthermore, on the other side, as you get, then the weekly information get combined in the monthly information. That's what is delivered to the market or to the structures in South Africa on a monthly basis. And on the demand side, they must tell you on a monthly basis what was used for human consumption, what was used for animal consumption, but you got your own highlight lines, what you want, and then what did they export? And what did they export? And on the top there, you got what did they import? So you get a starting, and on every month you get an opening stock, you get what happened during that month, and you get an ending stock at the end of that specific month. And that go on for 12 months, and you can see then at the end of the year, what you now did here was a yearly figure. So that figure is automatically calculated in that system. What was the beginning, say for 1 January, what was the beginning stock, what happened monthly, and what was the ending stock of the 31st of December. So, and then the supply and demand estimates, we've got a third, not a company, but a third organization which do supply and demand estimates. So they go sit around the table also like the USDA do, and they say, okay, given all this information, the crop estimate and what the SAGES information is happening over time, they say, okay, it looks like if South Africa is going to need so much for a local consumption. And then they say, okay, our prediction is, earlier in the year it's not that easy, but our prediction is that there will be X amount for exports. Or is it, if it's not enough, our prediction is that the traders and the processors should be thinking about now starting to looking for stock from other countries to import so that they don't go out of business during the year. And then international, we are also part of the International Grains Council. I don't know if you, the Australians will know about that, and the Americans will know about that. I don't know if other countries is also members of the International Grains Council. They also do, and they combine crop estimates, and they do actual information and hindsights, and they also do supply and demand. They do it on a on an international basis in South Africa, put their, our information on a monthly basis on the table also for this organization to calculate these numbers. Now, just quickly to conducting of crop estimates, but that's your own issue. That's we say the crop estimates could function under the auspices of the Department of Agriculture. South Africa crop estimates is official crop forecast and estimates of summer and winter crops in South Africa. But you can, and it looks like this. I'm not going to bore you with this. But you can see is on a monthly basis they put out what is what they think will be produced in what province in South Africa. And then the Supply and Demand Estimates Committee is an independent committee. It operates under the National Agricultural Marketing Council, and they give you projections of grains and oilseeds on a monthly basis. And I say again, they start with an opening stock, and they try to predict at the end of that specific marketing year what is the ending stocks going to be, and what is the actual. And they use the crop estimate and the SAGES numbers because we got that numbers now from 1984, and it's easy for them to put that information on the table. And the accuracy is usually, the crop estimates accuracy is more or less 95%, 5% above or 5% below the actual crop, and then the supply and demand estimates committee is not very far off from that. They won't be, in January, they won't be 100% correct what's going to be the ending stocks at the end of December, but as the season progressed, they will know what that is. And that's now for you guys. I'm not going to tell you because I know nothing about this industry. As the way forward, who's going to do what if you want to do such an information system? You want to put it on the table. What do you want in that information system? You've got a good idea of what you've done just before this talk, and when must it be done? But it must be in-time information. I'd like to emphasize that again. And then the concept dashboard is then, it's a concept dashboard by Raisin South Africa. I don't know if you're going to talk about that, but I think this is also an opportunity, Chairman, to, as you do with the other stuff, is to get some, if you want to do it. If the industry think it's necessary for them to get that information, that you can also put it on the agenda, and you can put a small committee in place to start working there. Thank you, Chair. I'm finished.
No worries. Thank you. Very interesting. Much food for thought, considering we're talking about marketing a little bit earlier. So thank you. Okay, we'll keep ticking along here. Next one, finance. This is the money that come from over the years that we look after, and it sits in the bank account and earns interest for if any reason we need some or what have you. No questions? Pretty straightforward? Forever? Okay, at any rate, it's there for who knows what we do going forward. If we're talking about this marketing program, we might need to use some of it or whatever. Okay, next conference date. Oh, gee, that was quick. CL is in Paris, I take it. They are the dates. We usually follow that normally, or we can go before it, I suppose, whatever rocks your boat. Australia on the day before then. Okay, if we go to London, what are we going to gain? Yeah. And you'll get some buyers and that will come to it too? I mean, usually it's just half what's sitting around this table here, or sitting around this. Are we going to gain? Don't get me wrong, I've got no problem going to London. I suppose I'm just trying to get it clear in my head. If we get in a train, go across, that's good. Are we going to get more possible buyers or whatever they are that would look at what we're talking about, like these growers have been looking at it here and think, oh yeah, there might be some opportunities going forward, X, Y and Z. Is that why we think we should go to London on it?
And we had some UK importers there, 5 or 6 importers. We can still get attraction of those people, they can come. And the UK is the biggest raisin sultana consumer anyway, in any case, so it's up to you.
No, well, it's up to everybody. We can go to London the day after and CL finishes, so that would make it the 23rd. CL finishes on the 21st. Yeah, I don't think it makes much difference either way. I mean, I think for the South Africans, David was saying they have to get an extra visa or something like that. But we do need to have it somewhere that related to where everybody else is going to be, either before or after. So we did it in Paris last year. It's either, well, there's two choices. We could go to Germany, we could go anywhere, but I don't think I think the one day, everybody's finishes on the 21st, correct? Most people that go to CL? What are you guys thinking? Agent? Sorry? We can. I'm not either way. Okay. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's do it well, we won't, it needs to be a day. David just mentioned usually the end of CL, the last 2 or 3 days are not much value any rate, or the last day. So maybe we should do it before CL. So people would fly into London, get the train, go across to CL. So that would be, put it on the 15th. Does that sound like an option? You happy? You happy? You happy? You happy? You happy? David, you look happy? Always. Okay. No one's against it, so we will make it the next, it'll be the 66th meeting. Will be on the 15th of October in London at Osmond's place. At your place, the meeting. You'll organise something, I know. Yes, yes. And that will come out later. Another job for Eki. Okay. If everybody's happy with that, Thursday the 15th is the next one of these meetings. Okay. Press release. Now the press release, we used to do this and then back and forth for bloody hours. Would get a press release done, send it out to everybody within the next week, whatever day today it is. And if you've got some issues in there that you're not happy with, or we've spelt your name wrong, or we've done something wrong, come back to, it'll be Chantel and Vessel and David, and we'll fix it. So you'll get it, it will be sent out to you before it's released. Everybody clear on that one? Okay. Other business. Now, we've got, in the minutes, I take it, Chantel, we've got 2 things that were agreed upon today. One is the marketing committee. We'll send out an invitation to the countries if they would like to be involved. If they reply, it's a yes. If they don't want to, they can reply a no or not do it at all. And I would like to, so that needs to be put in the minutes. And we may call somebody in like Nico that did the presentation first up because of his expertise and what have you. To me, it sounded it'd be a good value on the committee. So that's number 1. Nobody against that. I think it was moved before anyway. Number 2 is the MIL letter to the EU. We'll draft something up. Once again, we'll send it around if anybody can pick up something that's right or wrong. Now, when we do these letters and we send them around and keep you informed, if you don't come back to us, we're going to take it that you're happy with it. So we'll have a date on it, which will give you time to read it and think about it. I know, sorry David, this is really your ball here, but I know the result here. You have a look at it. If you're happy, you don't either have to bother coming back, or you can say, yeah, great job. But if you want changes, let us know. But if we don't hear from you, we take it that you're happy with us to put the countries on the letter and send it off. So everybody clear on that? Yep, okay, good. Other business. Has anybody else? Yes.
Can we just add in the minutes the dashboard that we discussed now, Nico Hawkins, on a shorter frequency data?
We did speak about this yesterday when we was running through this. I don't think we're against it. We're not quite just sure what it will deliver at this stage. Maybe we try to work something up and see what we can put on it. I mean, we're going to be looking, there's going to be a committee operating with the marketing thing, and that's where really the dashboard would come in. So, sorry? Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Okay, so the dashboard wording needs to be added to the marketing committee. Anything else? Okay, silence is golden. Okay, thank everybody today. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank David and Vessel for organising this, and Chantel and her team. Done a great job. Thank you very much to you all. And I know we've got a little bit more to go yet. Okay, we're all done. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great
Mark,
conference.
I just want to give Chantal just quickly a chance to give us the arrangements now.
The shuttle is outside waiting for everybody, all the international guests. I will take you to the hotel now. Then it's a really short time. And then everybody that's going to Sunset Boat Cruise can meet us in the hotel's lobby, 1750. Then it's a short walk to the boat. And yeah, the shuttle will be awaiting you at the Sakisa Arcade. En vir die nasionale gaste, julle weet mos nou, wie gaan allemaal op die boot gaan? 1, 2, 3, 4. Waar is julle? Niemand. Okay, maar maak nie saakie, dan die res van julle kan dan 7:15 by Waterfront wees. Thank you very much.